Hello, is anybody there?
Good morning, Chairperson. This is Angela. I'm the court reporter.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm in the right meeting because normally by now we have a group.
I did the same thing. I started checking which link I was on to make sure I was in the right one.
Okay, we are in the right one because now we have everybody joining us.
Hello, this is Shireen.
Good morning, Commissioner Lerner, and good morning, Yasmin.
Good morning.
Yasmin, this is Angela. I don't think I have an executive session link for this
You
morning.
should have received it just now, and we are actually live.
Okay, thank you.
I think I scared everybody off of coming in early because I said we can't start till 9, so.
I like to get a little early because I can make sure everything's set up.
I'm right with you, Commissioner Lerner. I get anxious. Is my technology going to work? You know, is my camera going to work? And
That's the way I feel.
I was going to note that it was all women on the call, but I do see Kyle. Hi, Kyle.
Hi, good morning. How is everyone?
We're well.
Good to hear.
We're excited for a long day and a productive day, I hope.
Productive for sure. Let's hope.
Yeah.
Yasmin, I'm sorry. This is Angela again. I just want to make sure I received an executive session for this afternoon. Is there a separate one for this morning?
Yes, they are, and I do show you both. I'll just remove you and re-add you. I'm not sure what happened, but I do show you on both.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
We won't start without you, Angela.
Play around with the light.
Thank you, Yasmin, for being so attentive to our work, even on your days off. That was
No
very
problem.
appreciative and really super helpful, I think, for the commission. So,
Not a problem. ADOA is here to help.
yeah, thank you. Okay, we're about to break the Tom Coughlin rule.
Here we go. Derek, Commissioner Watchman's on.
Good
Hello,
morning.
Commissioner Watchman.
I'm always
Hello,
I'm
our
always on
council.
Navajo time. You joke with me. No,
Wait, what did you say?
I said I try not to follow Navajo time, and that is that we're always late. You know, it's funny. You know, I track a lot of tribal meetings, and you know, the joke is that most of the Navajo meetings start late, half hour, an hour late, and so I try not to follow that. But I'm here, and good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
It's great seeing you. Okay, I do know, I think one of the commissioners made it in. I don't know why they would need permission, but Yasmin, can you just check to make sure that everybody's authorized?
Yeah, I don't see anybody waiting in the queue.
Okay.
While we're waiting, I do want to say it's great to see that a Native American woman, Deb Haaland, was confirmed as the Secretary of Interior. That is so good to see. You know, I worked with her a lot when I was a banker. She used to be the chairman of the board for the Laguna Development Corporation, and she's Laguna, and so became a congresswoman from New Mexico. So
hold on,
great to
I'm going to
hear.
mute myself. I
ahead.
think our commissioners are having difficulty
I concur, Commissioner Watchman. Very
Thank
happy
you.
to see that.
Yeah. I know that most of the Indian country was supporting her wholeheartedly, and the vote happened yesterday. So really good to see. So thank you for that.
Okay, Yasmin, I am so sorry, but both Commissioner York and Meal are unable to get in. Their link is not working. Perhaps we need to disinvite them and then reinvite them.
Okay.
But there's some kind of glitch going on. We
Okay.
apologize to the public. We look forward to when we're meeting in person and you know, we don't have to deal with these glitches. But in terms of efficiency, at least we don't have to drive. And we also have, you know, a buffer of time. Our first interview does not start until 9:30. So as much as we would love to get other business in, you know, we absolutely have the time to be patient.
They've been re-added, so we'll give them a couple of minutes.
Sometimes it's also sensitive to your browser. Up here we have Commissioner York. Make sure everybody accesses it through the Google Chrome browser. Commissioner York, you were not the only one who had trouble getting in. We're waiting for both you and Commissioner Meal. Welcome. I think there was some kind of glitch and you needed to be removed and then added again. So apologize. It's just, I don't know.
We're good. We're here. Good morning.
Okay, so we have everybody on board. And with that, item number 1, we call the meeting to order and we'll do roll call. 1A, call for quorum. It is 9:05 a.m. on Tuesday, March 16th, 2021. I call this meeting of the Independent Redistricting Commission to order. For the record, the administrative assistant will be taking roll. When your name is called, please indicate you're present. If you're unable to respond verbally, we ask that you please type your name. Yasmin.
Thank you, Chairwoman Newberg. Commissioner Watchman,
Present.
Commissioner Lerner,
Present.
Commissioner York,
Present.
Commissioner Meal,
Present.
Chair Newberg.
Present.
And then I want to note for the record that Pamela Pizer, Kyle Cummings, and Caroline Guerrero are present from the Attorney General's office, and Angela Miller is transcribing.
Thank you
And back to
very
you,
much.
Commissioner.
Yes, thank you very much, Yasmin. Please note for the minutes that a quorum is present. With that, we'll move to item call for notice. Yasmin, was the notice and agenda for this morning commission meeting properly posted 48 hours in advance of the meeting?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 2. 2A, which is approval of the minutes from March 9th, last week, the general session public meeting. As a reminder, video recording fulfills statutory requirements. Is there any discussion on the public session minutes? With that, do I have a motion to move forward the minutes of last week?
It's Commissioner York. I motion to approve the minutes from last week's meeting.
Do I have a second to approve the public session meetings minutes from last week?
I'll second. Commissioner Meal.
Any further discussion? With that, we'll move to a vote. Commissioner Watchman,
Aye.
Commissioner Meal,
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner,
Aye.
Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye, and with that, the general session public minutes have been approved. Item number 2B, approval of minutes from the March 9th executive session minutes. Again, the recorded transcription fulfills all steps. Is there any discussion on this? Do I have a motion to approve the executive session minutes from last Tuesday, March 9th?
Commissioner Watchman, motions to approve the minutes for the executive session,
Executive session, March 9th.
March 9th, yes.
Do we have a second?
Commissioner York seconds.
Any discussion? With that, a vote, Commissioner Watchman,
Aye.
Commissioner Meal,
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner,
Aye.
Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye, and with that, the minutes from the executive session of March 9th of last week have been approved. With that, we'll move to item number 3, opportunity for public comments. Public comment will open for a minimum of 30 minutes and remain open until the adjournment of this morning meeting. Comments will only be accepted electronically in writing on the link provided in the notice and agenda for this public meeting and will be limited to 3,000 characters. Please note, members of the commission may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.01, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later date. With that, we will move to item number 4, which will be our executive director interviews. For the public, again, those interviews will begin at 9:30. All applicants have been asked to please not watch the other interviews for the sake of providing as equal of a playing field as we possibly can. Please note the commission may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for the purpose of discussion or consideration of personnel matters, including the interviewing of executive director candidates, ARS 38-431.03A1, for discussion or consideration of records exempt by law from public inspection, including the receipt and discussion of information or testimony that is specifically required to be maintained as confidential by state or federal law pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A2, as well as to obtain legal advice specifically related to executive director candidates, ARS 38-431.03A3. We are a bit early with our first applicant, and so with consent amongst the other commissioners, we can really move forward with some other agenda items. Before moving on to number 5, although this is related to number 5, which is discussion and possible action on the executive director interviews, including selection of candidates to interview in our afternoon meeting, we will need to discuss our method of evaluating the candidates today or this morning. With that, both the process of which we will share our views and also our sentiments with regard to what we discuss in public session. And then we are, as we mentioned, we have the prerogative to go into executive session to discuss material that's sensitive and out of an abundance of caution to go above and beyond to protect our remarkable applicants. Any conversation on that front in terms of preferences with process?
Commissioner Newberg, this is our time to decide whether or not we are moving into executive session for the interview or staying in public session?
No.
Wow.
So we have already decided that we would prefer for the interviews to take place in public. The candidates, the applicants have all received the option to executive session. None have selected that option. Those interviews will take place in public. We have also made the decision that we would like to deliberate as much as possible in public. However, we also have that prerogative to go into executive session to discuss the more sensitive issues. The reason being, and we have collectively, I think, and I stand by this, we would like our process to be as transparent and accessible as possible. And I believe that includes us discussing the criteria with which we, are selecting our candidates, and having open conversation. Having said that, as we deliberate on each candidate, it is our responsibility to protect these applicants. And if there is anything that we want to discuss that in any way may harm them, or if there's a slight concern about protecting these people, I believe it's important to exercise the authority we have to go into executive session and do our due diligence. So I think that it makes sense to potentially do a combination, but I don't want to lead too much. I'd like to solicit the opinions of my peers.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I wasn't certain exactly what you were asking with that. And I would like to keep the flexibility, but I agree that we want to do as much as we can in public. But if we need it, I think we can express that suggest we can say that we have something we think would be better in executive session if needed.
Commissioner Newberg, this is Commissioner York. My opinion is that in open meeting, we should perhaps evaluate the interview, and then in an executive session, we maybe should discuss the merits of the candidate. So you could give the public a feedback to how we felt the interview went from the commissioner's viewpoints. If you look at the job application that was online for quite a few weeks, it gives a pretty in-depth description of the requirements for the applicant. So I don't know if we need to discuss that in public so much as we need to discuss how we felt about the interview.
I have one pushback on that slightly. In all of our investigations, well, I hear you. There may be other things as well that we want the discretion to discuss. In my due diligence, I've had a lot of conversations, and so I would like the opportunity to share with the public all of the positives and negatives that I've learned, even if it goes beyond just the interview, just in deference to being transparent. So I hear what you're saying, but I'm hesitant to restrict us too much.
Okay.
Other thoughts?
Well, Commissioner, I think it's keeping that flexibility that we are all interested in doing. Because I would agree that if there's a reason and we choose to, we ask to go to executive session to have some of the conversations that Commissioner York is mentioning, I would support that. And I think each commissioner could make that suggestion if at some point we feel this would be a good time. We want to be as transparent as possible, but there may be something we don't, like you said earlier, we don't want to do something or say something that might harm any individual.
I like the flexibility, and from my perspective, I like the opportunity to do both. I like the opportunity to really have a robust discussion in public, so the public is aware of how we're thinking, why we're thinking. And I also like the idea of planning to go into executive session so that we all feel comfortable to share whatever pieces of information or questions that we have that space to do that without having to worry about in any way, doing any negative anything to, again, the 5 applicants today who have really put a lot of work into this, and I'm excited to hear from them. If there's no other further discussion on this topic, we'll come. Oh, there is. Okay, Commissioner York.
No, I don't have any further discussion.
Okay, sorry, your box lit up. We will come back to this and vote. So again, we have full flexibility just for the sake of efficiency. I thought this conversation would be helpful to us as we're doing the interviews and thinking about the conversations that we're going to have. With that, we'll move on. We'll use the discretion that we have to move around the agenda, and for the sake of efficiency with time, we'll move on to item number 6, which is discussion of public comments received prior to today's, the March 16th meeting. I'll start by sharing my perspective. We did have an uptick again in public comments, not like it was at the very beginning of the process. But I think people are becoming more and more engaged. What I'm hearing is an interest in really kind of fleshing out our website, potentially creating a 24/7 portal or some kind of method that makes it a little bit more accessible for the public to share comments. As we flesh out the website, maybe more educational material. Somebody requested, and thank you, Kyle Cummings, for the material that was presented to the commission last week on the past legal cases that our council has had to defend in court. I've heard the desire for us to really travel the state and learn about the needs of all of the different constituent groups, communities of interest prior to the census data coming in. And all of that makes perfect sense. Any other observations, notes, reactions to public comments that we've received prior to today's meeting?
Commissioner Newberg, this is Commissioner York. I've also thought that I read quite a few comments regarding a delay in using or recommending that we wait for the actual census data as opposed to going back and looking at older numbers. So with that, we'll have to do some communities of interest discovery prior to the data.
Yes, there's great sensitivity about this, appropriately so. And we will continue to solicit the opinion of the public and move in a way that will not compromise trust in the process. We are all on board with being invested in the legitimacy of what we're doing, and it will take great caution. Any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Watchman. I guess for me, I just encourage the public that's listening, to continue to listen in and continue to provide public comment. I think it's very, very important. Unfortunately, like where I'm from, the internet is not readily available. And so I was just on a call this morning, and so the user has to decide, to turn off the video and go audio only. So there's a lot of limitations. So I do hope that at some point we can get out to the community, but for the time being, I'm not sure how we can garner support from, especially the rural communities out there. And so and from what I understand, a lot just don't have the ability to listen in here. So, that's something that's probably beyond our control. But I just want to point that out that, especially with the 22 reservations that here in the state, many of them are so isolated that the system is very, very limited. So I'm not sure what we can do about that, but I just want to raise that. But I encourage, despite that, that they continue to listen and offer their opinion, and because we're here to serve all of the Arizonians. So thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair.
That's an incredibly insightful comment and observation, and yes, we can do something about it. And as we flesh out our website, and we will repeat this verbally, we can ensure that there are written, people can write a letter, a physical letter, the old-fashioned way, and express their opinions and mail it to our central location. And in fact, there was a question, I believe, in one of the public comments asking what our physical address was. And if somebody wanted to send something to us and doesn't have access to the internet, and they're listening, although I don't, there are other means to listen, we're going to have to actually think through all of this. But Yasmin, I know I'm putting you on the spot. Can somebody please share the address of the IRC, that if somebody wanted to send something through snail mail, it could get to us?
So right now, I believe the address, your new address is 1110 West Washington Street. I'm not sure about the suite number though.
Right, that's what
So
I can't remember either. It's on the first floor.
Yes, I'll find out right now.
Okay, that'd be terrific. So we can make that accessible. But Commissioner Watchman, let's keep our eye on this. The good news is that, if everything goes according to plan today, we're going to be starting to really build out staff. And I think our website and, more importantly, our strategies to be connecting with our community can significantly, improve and accelerate.
Madam Chair, I just want to mention that our first candidate is online. here.
Okay. I do not see the first candidate in my, oh, I do see the first candidate in our boxes. There we go. Okay. With that, we will table the agenda. Well, what we're discussing right now, we'll move back to item number 4, which is our interview process. And with that, I would like to welcome our first candidate, Mr. Augerton. Can you please help us with the pronunciation of your last name?
Yes, Madam Chair. Good morning. It's Tom Augerton.
Okay. Very nice to meet you, and thank you so much for your interest and for joining us this morning. We are going to do something a little different. We're going to reverse the typical order that we do things with our voting, and we're going to go in opposite order today. And so with that, I'm going to take the discretion and ask the first question.
Commissioner,
yes.
I'm sorry, Chairwoman Newberg. This is Pamela Pizer. I just wanted to confirm if the agenda specifically said 9:30 start time.
Oh, okay.
In which case
The agenda did not.
Then carry on.
Okay. If the candidate's comfortable, we're all here. It wasn't in the agenda, so the public has not been misinformed. I think we can continue. So I'll take the prerogative and ask the first question. Please tell us a bit of why you're interested in this position and what kinds of experiences or what kind of background you have that has prepared you for this job.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, Commissioner Mell and York and Watchman and Lerner. And I appreciate the opportunity and the invitation to be here this morning with you. It's not without apprehension that I put the application in, because the work of the Redistricting Commission not only is as critical today as when the voters first approved it, but the political backdrop in America and Arizona makes the process even more critically focused on transparency, documentation, and authenticity, and approachability by the folks that are watching the process. Redistricting, of course, has been problematic since the dawn of the country, and going back to the origins of the term gerrymandering and so forth. But the specific answer to your question is I've been in government really going back, this will draw attention to my maturity, going back to 1976, when right across the street from your office location, I was an intern in the state Senate. And I've been really in part of the process ever since the time when I was starting out academically with that program. And I've had a lot of good fortune over the years to be working for organizations and elected leaders and appointed leaders that have been involved in some of the seminal policy issues over the last 3 to 3.5 decades. And it's a continuing learning experience. I'm originally from Washington, D.C., as you see there on the resume, and originally worked back in Washington before I came to Arizona as a graduate student, and never got away from the company trade. I worked on the Hill originally and worked for the executive branch. And then when I moved to Arizona, I found this legislative internship program, which I applied for. And that steered me career-wise to the path that I'm still doing today as a state executive director. I think that the commission, the position of executive director for the commission is really someone who is a student of the process, but also able to tap into the existing resources that would be available to try to be effective for the commission. I was thinking before this morning's meeting of a metaphor that might work, and it's kind of like a maiden voyage, where each of you are the crew on the ship that's about to embark. And when you first step on the ship, it's not the same footing as being on dry land. And as the ship gets underway, you're in the harbor, you look at the depth of the water. As you get out to sea, you start to watch the horizon. And when you're out to sea, then you watch the weather. And a new embargo, like the third iteration of the commission, is somewhat similar to that. No matter how prepared and how many contingency plans the staff collectively tries to provide for the commission, there will always be uncertainty or unpredictability to things that will come in your path as you deliberate. And then, of course, Madam Chair, you have indicated your expected timeline. So to try to be ready for the elections in next year. I believe you publicly indicated January. So the thing that's most critical is to have a timeline, but work in reverse. So if your drop dead deadline or your preferred deadline is January of next year, what must be done between this moment and when you make a decision on this position to the time that you've targeted as the chair and as the commission itself and next calendar year? And then you need a punch list, but not unlike you're building a house and you're working with subcontractors. As you hire your attorney and you hire your cartographer and things like that, and you assemble your actual working staff, there needs to be a punch list to make sure that, in fact, nothing has been unanticipated, nothing has been planned. And then finally, there has to be, I think, a focus on contingency. Everything from computer security with the materials that the commission is working with, to site locations, if there's a fire one day at the hotel or there's a water leak at the office building and so forth. The obligation of continuity with the work of the commission requires contingency planning as well. The good news, of course, is you're already in dry dock with the Department of Administration, and you have the resources and the skills and the trained individuals there at DOA who run state government. So having them launch your figurative ship of state as you embargo on this journey is really a tremendous resource that should be drawn on. And I don't want to go on and take up too much time here, Madam Chair, but I think in terms of the time and the punch list with for contingency planning as well. That's the focus. Madam Chair, I think you're muted.
Sorry about that. As a very quick follow-up, thank you so much for your response. You alluded to state government, ADOA. Can you share with us how experienced are you with issues like, our procurement code, personnel rules, the budgeting process, public meeting laws, things like that?
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Well, I've been doing it since the 1980s when I used to work for the Department of Corrections as a legislative liaison for San Luis. So I've cut my teeth with staffs that have been involved with the preparation of the budget, the advocacy on behalf of the public budget submitted to both the JLBC and the OSPB, and then articulation. In the old days, we had a lot more appropriation subcommittees where the work was primarily done. The later tendency in recent years has been to work with the full appropriations committee. And then after the budget is approved and signed by the governor, then the allocations procedure. The time I was probably most focused on the flow of money and compliance with procurement was when I was chief of administration for the Arizona Attorney General's office from 91 to 99. And of course, the Attorney General back then was Grant Woods. But we had 1,000 employees. It was the largest law firm in the state at that time, 330 attorneys, and a $71 million budget. So staff of 65. Currently, my budget is under $500,000, and I have a staff of 4. But the concept and the principles are all the same. And really, truly, I mean, it is intimidating in terms of the complexity of compliance, but it becomes second hat after you've done it for a long period of time. And once you know the basic statutory requirements and the ethical and reporting requirements, it's really also a parallel challenge of meeting the personnel at all these respective agencies and getting on a first name basis with them to get the inevitable assistance that you will need for full compliance. So whether it's the Attorney General's office, whether it's the Auditor General's office, whether it's the executive branch with our board's liaison, it is what you know, but almost as importantly, it's who you know too, to be in full, robust compliance.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner York, please.
Good morning, Mr. Armberg. I'd like to ask you some questions regarding our work. As you know, one of our key roles is to draw boundaries. And so I guess one of the first questions I'd like you to answer or tell us about is, how do you feel the executive involved in this process?
Madam Chair, Commissioner York, this position, in my interpretation, is not set policy. The policy is set by the commissioners themselves. The value or the role or the challenge for the executive director is to provide the resources and the expertise from special experts to you as you go forth on a deliberative basis. I live in the town of Cave Creek, and I have been in probably 4 different communities in this legislative district in the last 20 years. We used to be in Scottsdale, now we're in Prescott. So I have seen the fluidity of lines as the census has indicated population changes and population trends and so forth. So we as residents of districts have to keep an open mind because we think we know which district we're in and then we see a change. It doesn't usually change who our representatives are, but geographically being centered in a particular district is not necessarily a guarantee that we'll remain in that as the process goes forward. So as a voter and as a resident, we all take an active interest in where we end up, not so much in a partisan way, but more in a regional way. You know, if all politics is local, we tend to care about who our representative is because we care about how they articulate what's important to us outside our kitchen windows. So I think in 60 words or less, I think the role of the executive director is to substantially provide the resources the commission needs. But I also think this adventure that you've embarked on should have some enjoyment and not necessarily fun per se, but some personal satisfaction as participants. And if staff can provide to you along this journey historical experts in the history of Arizona issues or Arizona locations, if they can provide to you academicians or statisticians or others, as you deliberate when it gets down to the specific locations of boundaries, it might be interesting not to use up an extensive amount of time, but it might be more than passing interest for the commissioners to have a menu of source experts that might not ordinarily be considered in the redistricting process brought in to give, I think, that needed historical perspective of what has happened to the state historically since we joined in 1912.
Thank you, Tom.
No further follow-up?
No.
Okay, we'll move on to Commissioner Lerner, please.
Welcome, Mr. Argerton.
Thank you.
The Constitution requires that the Commission conduct its effort in an honest, independent, and impartial manner to uphold the public confidence in the integrity of the redistricting process. Is there anything in your background that would make it difficult to fulfill this responsibility? And do you have any examples of past experiences that required bipartisan support? And
Well,
if you
two
need
good
to-
questions.
I can repeat the question if you need me to.
No, I got both of them, but they're two kind of right on point questions. Let me do the second one first. I have done legislative advocacy at the Capitol, really going back to the internship, but professionally since the 80s, and actually was an advocate at the Capitol for the government. Those people don't realize that there's private sector lobbyists, but the state of Arizona also has public sector lobbyists. So cabinet level agencies, boards, and commissions up until recently actually require the ability to appear at the state legislature, and now they register as lobbyists. Historically, not only was I trained by a lot of the private sector lobbyists years ago, some of the old giants who have since retired or passed away, but the one fundamental thing they always taught me was that someone doing advocacy does not have the vote, and that should never be construed with having power. You could offer influence. And the other admonition that I was raised on many years back was that not only do you not have the vote, but a conscientious advocate or a registered lobbyist, whatever term you want to use, you have a moral obligation to give your opponent's argument as well as your advocacy argument. And you have to do it in good faith and good content and do it in a way that would be representative of how they would present the issue as well. Now, when you have finished giving the opponent's argument, you then, of course, try to make your argument and your justification more attractive. And hopefully with better research, you try to swing a person towards at least considering that point of view. Bipartisan involvement in the state legislature was historically more a pattern and behavior of practice in the 1980s and the 1990s. Politics have always been partisan, but historically, in the time that I came along, issues required, typically because of the specific number of votes available in caucuses, they required horse trading. And if anybody's old enough to remember Burton Barr and Alfredo Gutierrez and Art Hamilton and so forth, the Republicans at that time got a little weary of the process and they referred to it as going to the Senate to shop at Alfredo's store. So there was a policy cost of exchanging views and opinions and eventually the votes that determine state policy on the respective chamber floors, but not only literally reaching across the aisle, but figuratively reaching across the aisle from chamber to chamber. Of course, bipartisanship is still there today, but it has probably has different challenges than it did 20 years ago or so. I just would offer this, that in absence of bipartisanship, a simple plurality of either party. I've been at the Capitol when the Democrats ran the Senate. I've been at the Capitol when the Republicans have run the Senate. I've worked going back as far as Governor Castro, Governor Moffett, who were Democratic governors, and I've worked there under Governor Hull, Governor Brewer, Governor Meekum, Governor Symington, and so forth. And bipartisanship is one of the underpinnings of the ability to be effective in accomplishing what you want, because democracy was never intended to be efficient. It is a bar brawl. It is people robustly arguing the merits of their positions, and hopefully from this stew and this process, which to the average person looking in seems astonishing. I think of the old Charles de Gaulle adage that two things you don't want to see is meatpacking and legislating. Now I'm paraphrasing pretty horribly there, but bipartisanship is the ability to, even when you have a plurality of votes, it's the ability to involve others, because eventually majorities and pluralities change. Now, on your first question, and I guess I will need reminding on that because I've been getting a filibuster here.
Okay, the first part of that was, is there anything in your background that would make it difficult to fulfill the responsibility to have the honest, independent, impartial manner and uphold public confidence in integrity of the redistricting process?
Okay, thanks, Commissioner. No, I don't believe so, and I believe that my record can speak for itself. But in Arizona, we're a small community, and forget the internet, we didn't always have that. If you want to really find what someone has done, it's pretty easy to track their contacts over the years in the political community and the residential community. And I don't believe that would be something that I had participated in the past, and I would not be concerned about having any type of moral dilemma or moral conflict with what the population of the state expects from the redistricting commission.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meal. You're on mute, Commissioner Meal. I did that.
Here we go. Welcome, Mr. Augerton. Thanks for your time. The Constitution sets certain priority requirements for the drawing of redistricting boundaries. And are you aware of this? And as executive director, how would you perceive your responsibility in following the guidelines of the Constitution?
Well, I think the hierarchy is easy in one respect, because in Arizona, we follow the rule of law. The commission follows the Arizona Constitution. The commission follows statutory law, and it follows case law since its origin. And one of the resources I was referring to earlier that I think would be part of the third cycle of discussion would be for the person who gets this position to go back and speak to the two prior executive directors, not only for historical interest, but also to get to some fundamental underpinnings of how they thought the job could effectively be done. So the yardstick really, and of course the results of the United States Census, but that would be the yardstick, in my opinion, would be the rule of law, the Constitution, statutory law, obviously federal statutory law, the history of redistricting going back to the colonies, and then case law, since you on the commission have been established by the voters in Proposition 106.
Thank you.
Commissioner Watchman.
Thank you, and good morning, Tom. How are you doing?
Good, sir. Thank you.
Good, good. It's important for the commission to hear from as many communities across the state as possible. What is your vision as to how we should conduct statewide outreach, and how do we engage the community in our broad state?
Like was, Madam Chair, Commissioner Watchman, thank you for the question. Like was discussed here, and of course things are different now with the pandemic. When I worked for the Arizona Supreme Court, the High Court here in the state actually goes out and holds regional live sessions in rural communities, primarily inviting local grade school kids and high school kids and their families to participate, because not a lot of folks in rural Arizona get to Phoenix and get to sit through a live Arizona State Supreme Court session. And afterwards, the justices take questions from the audience, and it's also an opportunity to reach out to the local press. This is a very small and very humble version of that, but I stole the idea from Dave Byers at the AOC, and we do it at the massage board. And we actually give credit hours to LMTs, licensed massage therapists, that come to these public meetings of the board as a way to give them hours of continuing education credit by attending to participate. And they sit through a live hearing with administrative cases. In many cases, the respondents bring their attorneys. So it's just like sitting through, and in fact is an administrative judicial process. And again, there's a Q&A session after that primary session to respond to people's questions about the mechanics and so forth. You know, Arizona may have one political reality, but if you've lived here long enough, if you've taken the tour at Canyon de Chelly, or you've walked along the canal in Yuma, or you're familiar with South Tucson versus regular Tucson, there are many realities here in the state. And the realities are the self analysis that people do that live in these communities. And when it comes to governance, they have expectations of the people that represent them, not only coming from their communities and being aware of their issues, but also making them accessible of the deliberative process through the representatives. So I don't think there is a substitute for physically going out to the hinterlands. Those of us who live here in Phoenix in the great state of Maricopa, I'm a former Tucsonan, so I say that with a little bit of snarkiness, but Arizona is larger than Phoenix, and it is largely Maricopa County. And there's no downside to outreach. By taking the physical effort to go out and meet in local communities at local facilities with local press and local elected officials that are acknowledged in that process, I think the attendees, the commission, and the staff actually come away with more value than the people that have shown up for the hearing that day. And when you return to your duties back in Phoenix and back to your office, I just think you've seen a face of Arizona that we don't ordinarily see inside the freeways and stuck on our electronic devices 24 hours a day. So, you know, I mean, a lot of people probably do travel around the state, but it's primarily recreational. When you go to a small rural community and you see what their meeting facilities look like, you meet their elected officials, you see boarded up windows and so forth, there's no way to really appreciate the true state. You can do it like this online, but I think that physically the act of travel, the act of being hosted and meeting with local officials has a lot of value to the extent that it can be done with the pandemic. Now, if you can't do that, I think there could be op-ed pieces in local newspapers. That's my other side suggestion.
Well, if I could ask a follow-up, Madam Chair.
Please.
You know, I come from the Navajo Nation, and so, you know, that's always a challenge. You mentioned local communities, but you didn't mention tribal communities. And so, you know, it's an interesting fact, you know, you got tribal government with the reservation and the state. And so, in my opinion, you know, there's almost a separate country, if you will. And so what's your experience with working with tribes? Because tribal land is about a quarter of the state. And so, when you refer to local, does that also include the tribal communities? Because a lot of tribal members look to their tribal leadership, you know, to represent them, like here in the state of Arizona. So what's your take on working with our tribal communities, which is also very important?
Mr. Watchman, that's a very good question. And I actually probably am guilty of omission that I did not offer that reference. When I first started the legislature as an intern in 1976, I worked under Senator Hubbard, who was on the Senate Finance Committee. And in later years, when I was doing advocacy at the Capitol for the state, I worked closely with Senator Jim Henderson. And Senator Henderson lived in Window Rock, and he would leave for work on Monday morning, and those cowboy boots would hit the accelerator, and he would brag to me about speeds, which I won't put out here publicly on the state highway system. But he was able to commute from home on time for 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock meetings. So I am omissive in not mentioning that up front, to which I apologize. The Native American communities in Arizona, not only, of course, are the larger reservations, but some of the smaller reservations or Indian lands as well. And they are many times invisible within the metropolitan and urban experience, such as the Gila River Indians and the Salt River Maricopa and the Pima, the Tohono O'odham, and so forth. And it's probably useful to remember that until 1964, Native Americans didn't have the vote. So the history of inclusion culturally in this country is still new. and the history of representation bringing effective value to the residents of these lands could arguably be improved in terms of basic commodities of water and electricity and things like that, internet and so forth, as you referred to earlier. I live in Cave Creek, which used to be rural. It hardly is anymore, kind of a suburb of a suburb. But I didn't have internet here until recently, and we would cobble together telephones and so forth. And really, the standard by which the state lives by is not universal, and it's probably important for those who are still not benefiting from the infrastructure, whether it's highways or water, electricity, and so forth, to remind those of us who flip a switch and flip a Wi-Fi receiver that we're not quite all on the same page literally yet. But again, the point you make as a representative of the Navajo Nation is something which bears not only awareness of this staff position, but probably an active conscious effort to maybe address additional attention to communicate, given the infrastructure limitations of some of these lands, even in the urban areas, quite frankly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One last thing I can tell you, if it has any amusement value to you, sir, is I used to serve on the Maricopa Association of Governments. And I was from a small community of which there were few on MAG, and they kind of put us at the kids' table. All the smaller towns were at the kids' table, and I always sat next to the governor from the Maricopa Nation at that time, and we would kind of visit among ourselves just what issues were important to us while we were waiting for the larger urban areas to proceed. So I'm not conversant on what it means, but I've had some peripheral experience of what it means to be at the kids' table. So.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. We have just a few more minutes. I'm going to try one more question in, and then I know we're running out of time. Leave a couple minutes if there's anything very brief that you'd like to ask of us. But have you followed either of the two previous commissions? And if so, are there any lessons you've learned that you would like to bring to this commission?
Well, Madam Chair, Commissioners, as an exercise for today, I went back and revisited with Bart Turner, who I've been friends with for many, many years, but we lost touch in recent years. And of course, he was the original co-chairman on Proposition 106. And I went back and spoke to former Attorney General Grant Woods, who was involved as well. And then I went through your webpage, which actually has a lot of gold to be mined. The public comments began with a preliminary comment on your page from Dennis Burke, in which he was kind of sending a message in a bottle to the new commissioners today about what the task is before you. And by visiting, again, the value of historical references, I think, in Arizona can never be understated. By going back and speaking to some of the literal campaign volunteers who, and by the way, Bart Turner now is an elected official on the Glendale City Council, but going back and talking to them today, 20 years after, and I haven't had the opportunity or the time to talk to the two former executive directors, but I think that would be fascinating. It was new territory. It was like an outward bound experience, I think, originally for the commission. Arizona, regardless of whether people are Republican or Democrat or independent or don't even participate, the one thing we all have in common that runs through our blood, and whether you've been here for generations and you're original, or whether you've been here for 2 years from another part of the country, if you have not been from where you came from, you will become here somewhat of a populist. The origins of Proposition 106 really show the character of Arizona. People can root for the teams, blue and red, and things like that. But at the end of the day, if you look back at how we snookered President Taft and took out the initiatives and referendums to get to be the 48th state in the country, and then quickly put it back in, the citizenry of this state, in addition to voting, are highly likely to become activists, even sometimes to the chagrin or the dismay of their elected officials, because they think they have an inherent right to communicate the ferocity of their opinion if they're not getting a receptive audience. So, there's a great legal review done by your former attorney, Mary O'Grady, which kind of gives the patronage of the commission in terms of cases before the Supreme Court and with the Arizona legislature and so forth. But I think the legacy, if you were to ask what the DNA of the commission is, it starts with the people, and not necessarily the co-chairs or the supporters of the effort, the concept of the Arizona public, which they've been known to do periodically, to come up with this proposition. I voted in favor of it originally. It seemed like a reasonable, healthy civics pursuit, and I think it's been proven to be so. There'll never be an absence of criticism or skepticism and things like that. You commissioners have embarked on a journey where you will become an audience of one. You'll be together as an audience of five, and you'll have no shortage of people coming to you with all types of materials and all types of opinions. And I've only been an elected official for a very short period of time. But when you spend time in your head before you cast a vote, and when you spend time after all this input and you decide who you are and how you're going to vote, it's a very solitary experience. And how you vote and what you decide to do and what you authorize, you can't really discuss with your family or your friends. It's something that's internal to your values and to your experience, even after all the input's been provided. So the challenge for this third iteration of the commission is the caliber of the individuals that are on this commission today, and the chair, of course, who is going to be the gentle orchestra leader as you go forward, is the internal process by which you deliberate. I think that is the challenge of the redistricting commission.
Thank you. In the last minute, I want to, is there any urgent, important questions from my fellow commissioners that you'd like to just close the loop on?
Madam Chair, no, thank you very much for the opportunity to ask a question. I don't really have any. I want to thank you for the invitation to be here this morning. This is the big leagues. This is very exciting. I'm very flattered to be in an excellent pool of candidates. I'm going to shamelessly plug Christina Gomez, who's a candidate coming up to you later. She works in the same building with myself. She's the gentlewoman from the dental board, and we work in the same building. It's kind of the Hogwarts of boards and commissions. We're all in one location, and we all keep up with what is happening. But I did want to give her a plug because she used to work with the commission, and I actually did seek her out and try to get some background before today's meeting. So, but thank you again for this opportunity. It's very flattering.
Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for your passion for Arizona. We're very appreciative.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, with that, we have a very brief break before our next applicant will come up. The next applicant is Keely Varvel Hartzell.
Chairwoman, do you want me to try to get her on now, or should we just take a few minutes?
It's very close. I'm okay waiting a couple minutes.
Perfect.
I wouldn't be surprised if she, pops up, a minute or two early. And if we have a little space in between interviews, that's okay. Thank you.
And we have Keely on.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you, Ms. Hartzell. Thank you so much for joining us today and for your interest in this position. With that, I think we will just dive in.
Okay.
Please tell us why you're interested in this position and what in your background makes you feel that you're prepared and qualified for this.
Well, I believe that the reapportionment process is probably one of, if not the most important political processes that the government engages in because of its long-lasting impact on policymaking, because of the representation that results as a result of that process. I personally feel that the Independent Redistricting Commission approach is a very innovative approach. I like the idea. I like the idea of removing people who have a self-interest in this process because they're running for election themselves from the decision-making firsthand, how that can influence the decision-making. And honestly, I think the competitiveness factor, even though I know that it has a lot of other areas that it competes with in terms of being able to be considered, is something important and unique about this process, because it creates, I think competitiveness creates a sense of accountability among elected officials. And so that to me is a feature of the Redistricting Commission's mandate that I think is very appealing. In terms of my own background, I anticipated a question about that, and I have a lot to say, and I'm thinking you're going to ask me more questions. So I'll just say in general, I think that I have a unique blend of skills and experience that make me very well suited for this position, because I've done work across many government agencies that give me a little bit here and there of the different skills and experience that you guys really need in an executive director to help provide you the support you need to be able to get this really difficult job done.
As a very brief follow-up, how familiar are you with the state statutes regarding procurement code, personnel rules, budgeting process, and public meeting law?
Well, I have been an administrator, an executive level administrator of a very large state agency. I was the director of the division that oversees employment services and programs for the Department of Economic Security, which had 1,500 employees at the time that I was there, as well as most recently being the executive manager over the recording office in the elections department, the parts of the elections department that the recorder supervises at the county. And so those two jobs have given me extensive experience in both the state and the county, which is very, very similar, almost identical in many cases to the state, of the laws and rules and processes around those types of issues. So procurement specifically, I've overseen personally two very large procurements, RFP processes. When I was at DES, I had had staff and oversaw those staff that worked with the contracts that we had in the county, which were multi-million-dollar contracts. So I'm very familiar with those processes and how they're laid out in law, as well as the procedures you go through when you're selecting and doing evaluation of those contracts. I also have managed those consultants, which is a whole different job in terms of making sure that they're staying accountable and staying within budget and asking before they move forward with things that cost you money. Those kinds of things I'm very familiar with. And also just all the other types of things that come with administration. So very familiar with the personnel laws. I have recruited and hired and fired, just like you guys are kind of making your way through right now, through the state personnel system. Employees, I know about budgeting, financial planning, accounting processes and procedures, facilities, equipment, all those types of things that that you do day to day when you're operating a large agency. And public records, I've worked in areas that have a lot of scrutiny when it comes to public records and open meeting and archiving and retention of records, because at DES, obviously, I was working on social welfare programs that were somewhat controversial. And then at the recorder's office and elections department, we had a lot of scrutiny and hundreds of public record requests. So also we were the agency responsible for recording all of the property records for the county. So we worked directly with the state library and archive on retention of documents. And I have a lot of experience in those two areas and managing getting those kinds of resources or getting those types of requests responded to in an effective way.
Thank you very much. Commissioner York, please.
Good morning, Ms. Hartzell. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Nice to see you. I have a question. I assume you've read an extensive little bit about the job description, and there are many different skills that are needed and I'm concerned about. And I guess I'd like you to describe to me, what do you believe in some of these attributes that might be something you're challenged with, and also describe to us maybe some of the attributes you might have your strengths with.
Well, like I touched on, I think I have a unique blend of lots of experience and skills that will be helpful in this job. So I would say, first off, I am very familiar with the redistricting process. I've had some level of involvement in it for the last 3 redistricting processes. I've done a lot of even statistical analysis and some rudimentary mapping myself during those processes, and provided advice to various players and stakeholders, primarily legislators, around what's going on and what the impact would be from that. So experience there. A lot of the jobs I've had, particularly the human service jobs, legislative, and then most recently in the elections department and the recorder's office, I've done a lot of work in community outreach and engagement. So I've developed and implemented very effective strategies to get people information about what we're doing, as well as engage them in the process. And I've worked a lot with the media. I've actually been a press person at one point. I was a press secretary for the legislature at one point. So I've done everything from write press releases to create social media content to managing large scale paid advertising campaigns. Legislature, I have a lot of experience with the legislature. I know their processes and procedures, the budget process, which I know is really important to you guys right now, like how to interface with that process strategically and try to get what you need and the timelines for that. And also the relationship and the history between the legislature and the IRC, I have a lot of familiarity with because I was an observer of that and worked on that and advised legislators around those issues. And then I think the most recent work I've done the last 4 years in elections is very important to this job. Not only have I had to theoretically understand the other federal legislation like Help America Vote Act, the National Voter Registration Act, the issues that had prompted U.S. Department of Justice preclearance in the past. I actually had to implement programs and work with staff to maintain compliance with those laws. And so I have a very deep understanding of those laws and what their intention is. And I have a knowledge of the legal community that does elections work. I've worked with all of them over the last 4 years and even previous to that, because obviously they have a lot of interest in legislative work as well. And we did a lot of mapping and GIS type work based on those districts for the county for elections administration. So a lot of people don't think about how these districts are going to actually impact the administration of elections, but they do. And so again, I have that kind of perspective that I draw on. And I guess I just worked for public officials for a long time, usually elected officials, but also boards and commissions. And I feel like I have the ability to know when I can just take care of the housekeeping stuff and keep it off your plate, but know that this might kind of be something that's a red flag that I need to rise to the level of the commission and seek their guidance on how to handle. So I think those are all my strengths, kind of to maybe overdo it in terms of answering that question. In terms of the weaknesses, I think, hurdle I feel like I have, though personally I feel like I can do it, is just having the confidence of everyone on the commission that I can work across the aisle. I do realize that most of my work has been with Democrats in the past, though I would say particularly most recently, I've had to work very closely with Republicans, and frankly, just in a nonpartisan way. I mean, I didn't even sign petitions in the last 4 years because I felt like it was my job to be unbiased and as I could be in terms of administering the elections department and all of the responsibilities we had, because that was my duty. And I think that integrity and ethics is very important to me. I don't cut corners, I don't take liberties or bend the rules. And so all I can do really is, convince, I guess, the folks on the commission that may be skeptical of my intentions and that I am somebody who can work on all sides and bring that kind of consensus building strategy to the work that I do here. But that I feel like is frankly the biggest hurdle that concerns me walking into this job.
Sort of on a follow-up question, how would you describe your, obviously we'll have some conflicts as we draw boundaries and create new.
I didn't hear, what did you say? I'm sorry. Can you say
I
it
said-
again? I kind of lost you for a second.
I said, obviously we'll have some conflicts as we develop new districts. Can you give us a glimpse into some of your conflict resolution skills?
Well, I feel like the important thing about conflict resolution is, first off, doing the homework to really understand all the parties involved and to get to know them, take the time to understand what motivates them, why they're here, what they want to accomplish, maybe what constituencies or issues they feel are important to them and are going to be someone they feel accountable to, so that you are walking into any kind of conversation to the extent possible, seeing the perspective of all the people around the table. And then I think the important thing in terms of facilitating and working through conflicts is really to help find the common ground and helping folks move toward consensus around the things that they have in common, and hopefully mitigating to some, to as much as you can, the issues that create conflict. And really, it's about communication and being open-minded and being willing to compromise. And for me as a staff person, I think understanding when I've done my job in terms of giving advice and being helpful and providing the guidance that's appropriate for my position. But ultimately, you guys are the decision makers, and there comes a point when I have to step away and say, I can't be personally invested in this because they are the ones who are accountable to the public. They've been appointed to these positions. And so maybe you're going to decide something that I personally don't agree with, but it's not my place to try to undermine that or push that, in a way that is counter to what you as the appointed officials who have this job constitutionally want to do.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Lerner.
Okay, some of this you, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Some of this is, you kind of addressed a little bit in terms of this. You've covered quite a bit of things that were in there. I'd like to just have you thinking about the IRC's mandate that we have. See yourself best helping us to succeed. What role do you play to help us succeed?
Well, I think first and foremost, having watched your previous meetings, it pains me to see all of the housekeeping stuff that you guys are so bogged down on without having staff. So I think being able to take some of that off your plate, being able to have the general knowledge about how government works to just sort of answer your question right away or behind the scenes, so it's not taking up your time in these meetings. So I think just being that sort of person who understands how government works is a really huge benefit. I think would be a benefit to you now. I'm a strong manager. I've managed people for a long time. And I find that hiring is 95% of the battle. If you hire the right person, you're not going to have problems. And I've been pretty effective and successful in hiring good people. So I think trying to get you a team on board that's going to be able to serve you well and do that in a way where we minimize the number, people who maybe are going to create problems down the line. That's, I think, an important thing that I would do for you. And then I do have just history and experience and knowledge from many, many years working in politics in Arizona. And I think that I can just provide that to you as context sometimes. And like I said, I think I'm a good facilitator. One of the key things I did in the last 4 years was help to broker the agreement between Republican Adrian Fontes and the Republican-controlled County Board of Supervisors in terms of how we were not going to just philosophically manage the co-manage the elections department, but actually operationalize it. And then I went day to day and worked with the staff to make that happen. So I think I can help you from a policy-making decision level in terms of helping you get some guidance, giving you guidance there as appropriate, but also taking that back and actually making it happen on the ground so that you get work done by your staff that's efficient and effective and isn't wasting, the time you have, because I really feel like you guys need to be focused on the big picture, the difficult decisions, engaging the community, and that's where I would think your time should be spent. And so I would hope that I could take a lot of those other pressures off of your back.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Meal, please.
Thank you. Welcome. The Constitution talks about certain priorities for the drawing of district boundaries, and you mentioned competitiveness as being very important. But the Constitution has multiple factors. Are you familiar with that? And how would you weigh those factors, and how would that influence how you would guide this commission as we try to follow the law?
Yes, I'm very familiar with the 6 factors and all of the discussion over the past years about how they should be weighed. Obviously, the legal requirements, the very first, the U.S. Constitution and the Voting Rights Act compliance is non-negotiable. And I would feel like to the extent we can make them equal population, non-negotiable too. The other 4, obviously, you can tell just by the language to the extent practicable. And then the last one, competitiveness, arguably, some argue would be, a lower priority than the others. I think they all need to be taken into consideration, the other 4. Like I said, I think the competitiveness is a unique factor here that you don't see in other areas. So I like it. But I am pragmatic about understanding the challenges. I think it's extremely challenging, if not impossible, to accomplish all 6 of those in a way that's certainly everybody's gonna agree with your interpretation. And so it's gonna be a process, or it needs to be a process of community engagement, to where you understand from the community and the stakeholders, as well as in your own minds, how those should be weighed, and what those where the balance is and what compromises should be made. And so I think my role wouldn't necessarily be to push one or the other, but to help you facilitate that process where you feel comfortable that you've gotten the kind of information you need, whether that's community input or legal or philosophical, about those 6 areas, and are able to make an informed decision as you move forward, when you make decision by decision, because this is going to feel different when you're talking about Yuma and San Luis than it is when you're talking about Flagstaff and Sedona. Like it's going to be challenging. I have no doubt that this is going to be very challenging. And like I said, I think that balance is really the crux of the issue here, and it's difficult to achieve. So I guess I would just say I understand your plight, and I can help you have a process that you feel gives you the ability to have contemplated all of these issues in a way so that you make a decision. You feel like it's the best informed decision you can make.
Thank you.
Commissioner Watson, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Ms. Hartzell.
Hi.
Hi. You mentioned the challenges and the communities, and we certainly have a diverse community here in Arizona. What's your vision on how you would conduct, with the commission, statewide outreach and community engagement?
Well, I know you guys have been talking about a listening tour, and I would agree that's probably the first step, especially since you're waiting for the census data. And I think going physically and being places is important to get a flavor of those communities. I think it's great that we have the online option because it just allows more people to participate. So I think certainly some sort of a hybrid approach would be good. I think it's really important that work is well publicized, so that you're getting stakeholders maybe beyond just the typical types of people that are really engaged in politics all the time, because ultimately most voters are not engaged like really day in and day out on all of the ins and outs of politics. So I would use the background I have in developing community relations strategies and public relations strategies to try to get you as much penetration into those communities as possible with those meetings, and to get the kind of media coverage you need to get that done. I do have, the last job I had, we did receive a national award for our community engagement program, the stakeholder roundtable program, and so I've certainly implemented large-scale efforts to go out and work in the community and get them involved in the process. So I think the listening tour is a good idea. And frankly, I know I've also heard you guys talking about, once you get the maps, you can kind of work quickly. I frankly would think you should probably do another round of in-person meetings after you had the maps done or a draft map done, so that people have a chance to react to, because if you don't, I think people are going to they're going to be critical of this process.
Follow-up, can you help me explain, what's your definition of the communities here in this state? Kind of a list of them.
Well, I think that's a broad, it's a broad constituency for this effort. I mean, obviously, your political parties are major stakeholders in this process, as well as the sitting elected officials and people who want to run for office. But I think that the beauty of this process is the idea is it's supposed to be involving other people than that. So I would say your local communities, like cities, towns, the tribal nations, the various groups that represent people of interest in these areas, the disabled, the folks that are protected by the U.S. Department of Justice Voting Rights Act, people who speak other languages. I think even to the extent you can, through successful public relations strategies, engage sort of regular people that aren't necessarily showing up to groups and activities, to at least be aware of this process and how it impacts them and impacts long-term politics in this state. I think efforts to try to outreach to those people are important. And luckily with technology and social media, we've got a lot of opportunities, I think, to do that and probably have more engagement in this process this time than ever before, because it's so much easier now to get the information and to interface with you guys as a commission and the agency. So I would take a really broad brush. I even know, social service groups are interested in this issue because they care about their clients. And so there are sometimes some groups that you wouldn't even expect are interested. But I think I would take a very broad brush, everyone from, neighborhood associations to veterans groups to, any kind of group out there, I think probably cares about who they vote for every few years, to try to at least make sure that they know that they have the opportunity to engage in this process.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Watchman. Next question. Have you followed either of the two previous commissions? And if so, are there any lessons you've learned that you would want to bring to this commission?
Yes, I've followed their work quite closely. I think that you can't remove politics from this process. I think you've just got to go into this realizing it's a very political process, and just admit that from the start. And I think that the trap I sort of feel like some of them fell into a little bit was, pitting these 6 actors against each other and finding, and using that for political gain sometimes. And I ultimately that might be impossible to, but it feels like it's not in the best interest of the voters to kind of easily fall into those traps. And so I think I would just bring to this the idea, one, that you really need to take a broad brush in terms of getting community input. And just because you've got the squeakiest wheels, that doesn't necessarily mean that they represent the vast majority of the people out there. And then secondly, really work hard to try and find consensus to create maps that achieve this balance. And I think that there'll be some solidarity in all of you working together to maybe fight off some of the pressures you're getting from those that have more of a specific interest. And and that's not to minimize the fact that I know that some of you have been appointed by partisan folks. I mean, you certainly have that as a huge stakeholder, but I think ultimately trying to have a collaborative approach will help minimize the controversy, because it won't be the people who want to create controversy and division won't be able to play you off of each other so much.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll have time for probably one more question and then a very quick opportunity for you, Ms. Hartzell, to ask questions of us. Commissioner York, do you have an additional question?
Yeah, I have one additional question. I was curious, Ms. Hartzell, if you've had any experience in dealing with media or in the social media arena as it relates to this issue.
Not specifically on redistricting, but well, other than I probably have written a few press releases about it for legislators in the past, but certainly on elections issues. So yes, I was the sort of big boss, so I had people that were involved day in and day out on the actual media work. But I've written text for press releases. I am familiar with the reporter community. I have relationships with the reporter community. I've been a public spokesperson, though frankly, I like it when the appointed or elected officials are more of the people out front when it comes to being a public spokesperson, but I would certainly do whatever it was that you wanted me to do in that way. I am familiar with creating social media content for all of the platforms. So there's some variances. There's also some sort of tricks around how those things work. Like you can't post too frequently or they start hiding your posts. And I'm familiar with Google Analytics and some of the ways to evaluate the effectiveness of your social media reach. And like I said, I don't know that there's the funding for it, but I think I certainly have worked with organizations on extensive paid advertising campaigns around elections type projects as well. And so if there was an interest in trying to do something that was a more broad outreach than kind of what we could do on the cheap, I have experience doing that as well and overseeing those types of consultants and programs to make sure that they're cost efficient and targeted and we're getting the biggest bang for our buck in terms of the media buys and that sort of thing. So yes, I have pretty extensive experience on the public relations front when it comes to working with the media.
Thank you.
Okay, so we can, I believe we have the time to move on to another question if Commissioner Lerner would like to ask a question.
Thank you. One would be that, so you would be the go-to person for the commissioners. And you've actually mentioned that you had partisanship in your background as part of that. How would you balance the communication that needs to occur with the commissioners? We have different interests on the commission of the commissioners. You do have partisan backgrounds. How do you balance working with the commissioners as a result of that, of your background?
Well, you know, it is the case that I've worked for Democrats in the past, but even in those settings, it's been for groups of people who might all belong to the same party, but I'll tell you, they certainly have a lot of different opinions about things. And so I've had to work for caucuses as large as 29 members, and all of them have equal access. And I had to serve them all with, with integrity and confidentiality if they requested it. I think it's really important, and this isn't something I've heard you guys talk a lot about. Maybe we haven't gotten to this point yet because you don't have staff, but I think there needs to be clear-cut protocols around how you guys want to be communicated with. I think that if there's the expectation that things you say to me are confidential unless you tell me otherwise, that's completely your prerogative, and I would certainly respect that. I've done that. I've had to literally, draft bills that are in direct conflict of each other for two members of the same caucus and not talk to either one of them about it and give one, strategy advice on how to sell their bill and the other strategy advice on how to sell their bill. So this is not an unusual place for me to be in terms of having people with competing and different agendas needing staff support. And so, like I said, I think having really clear expectations about the protocols is important. And then treating everybody with fairness and integrity. My professional reputation is very important to me. And I think I have managed to have almost a 30-year career in politics in Arizona with a pretty good reputation, even with the Republicans that I have worked with. And that I think is probably most evidence. I don't know if you all saw my references. I know there was an issue, I think, about getting them out, but I worked very well with the County Board of Supervisors members. And again, I had a specific task to do and a group that I represented, and I was true to that. But I was somebody I think they could talk to and work with on issues and helped everybody move toward consensus and collaboration when it was appropriate to do that. And I also know, because I've done it a long time, to get my nose out of it and let you guys work with each other on these things and not to be involved because it's not my place to be involved as a staff person. So I understand that too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lerner. We have a couple more minutes. We'll need to wind down. Is there anything very briefly that you'd like to ask of us?
Well, in listening to the hearings that you've been having, it sounds like you have the plan to hire 3 more staff, an executive assistant, like a PR person of some sort of PIO, and a deputy. Is that the plan?
You know, we have some ideas based on past experiences, but to be perfectly honest, I think we all embrace this new challenge with fresh eyes and will give deference to our executive director, you know, with what we collectively feel we need. And so with that, I hope that we will build a diverse and robust staff that will best reflect Arizona and uniquely tap into different strengths. We don't want redundancy. We want to, you know, hire those who will bring unique abilities to our process.
Okay, I understand that. Okay. Well, I don't want to keep you from your next person, so I will certainly wait with bated breath for who gets to come to the second round. So thank you very much for considering me. I appreciate it.
We appreciate your interview and your interest and your service to our state very much. And with that, I think we'll be able to take a few-minute break before our next interview. It's slated to begin at 10:40. In case our applicant is ready a few minutes early. Of course, that's always wonderful to get started with a little bit of some wiggle room. Thank you very much, Ms. Hartzell.
I'm trying to figure out how to turn myself off. Sorry. Guess I'll just close the whole meeting down. All right, thank you.
So Commissioner Newberg, would you like us to be back in the next 3 to 4 minutes in case that person is here early?
Yes, please. So we'll take a 3-minute break, 4-minute break, but I think to the extent that we're going on time and our applicants are anxious to participate, there's no reason not to start. So let's at least take a 3-minute break. I see that our next applicant, Ms. Christina Gomez, has joined us. We're a few minutes early, so let's just make sure that everybody is dialed in and on board. We have our council, we have our commissioners, and we have Angela, who is transcribing.
I'm not sure if Commissioner Watchman is back. If not,
You're
his
correct.
camera's off.
We will wait for Commissioner Watchman. Thank you, Ms. Gomez, by the way, just for, dialing in a little early. I know with technology, it's, you never know exactly when there's going to be, challenges. So thank you. I see Commissioner Watchman has joined us. And so with that, we'll move on to our first interview, which is with Ms. Christina Gomez. I will start. Ms. Gomez, please tell us a little bit about why you're interested in this position and what experience in your background makes you prepared for this.
Well, thank you so much for that question. And first of all, I'd like to say thank you so much for this invitation to go ahead and to meet all of you. This is certainly a treat for me, since I've worked, as you know, with 11 other commission members. It's always exciting to meet new members, and this is such a great time for our state. To answer your question, Chair Newberg, I'm interested in this position because I absolutely love redistricting. Redistricting has been the most, in my professional career, it's been the most exciting and rewarding time of my life. With the first commission being brand new, the members were making history. They were creating the path for future commission members and for future commissioners. And I believe that with the second commission, they learned those lessons from the first commission, and they moved forward and created their own history. And now I feel you all will now be creating another history, another historical part of our state. And truthfully, the entire country watches the Arizona Redistricting Commission. We were one of the first independent commissions in the entire country. Right now, there's 10. I believe this body is going to go ahead and to be a model for other states throughout this entire country. So I love redistricting. I could talk about redistricting all day long. I'm passionate about it. And I think this is such important work, not only for our state, but for the entire country. The experience that I will bring is obviously from my years with the 2001 Commission and 11 Commission. I have an extensive background in public administration. I have a master's in public administration. I've implemented all of what I've learned in state government for over 20 years. Right now, I'm at the Arizona State Dental Board of Examiners. So to be able to work as a public administrator for over 20 years within state government, that's pretty important, and that's a lot of hard work. You'll never make everybody happy within being a state employee, but it's hard work and it's rewarding at the same time.
Thank you. As a quick follow-up, in particular, can you share with us if you have experience with the state procurement code, personnel rules, budgeting process, and public meeting law?
Budgeting process, I do have extensive experience in that. I was involved with seeking supplemental appropriations for the 2011 commission cycle numerous times. There was a funding issue there. I also took part in drafting the budget every single cycle for the commission. I also, as far as with HR, I'm also involved with human resources. I've been the point of contact for human resources for the last commission, and also for my current position with the dental board as well. Procurement, I do have experience with the procurement office. I think that office, it's pretty, and there's a lot of information that changes within the procurement office, but I believe I do have a good working relationship with that office, and I am able to go ahead and to work well with them.
Okay. Thank you very much. With that, I'll move on to Commissioner York, please.
Good morning, Ms. Gomez. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Great. I have a question. Obviously, there's quite a bit of partisan conflict in this process. And so I'm curious, if you were to look at your previous experience, could you give us some insight into how you will deal with conflict resolution?
Thank you for that question. Whenever there has been partisan conflict in the past, we usually work with the commission members. I've usually reached out to the chair, and I also reached out to the to members to help to resolve these issues. This agency, obviously, there's a lot of it's a political agency. Even though this is supposed to be an independent commission, you do have people who are partisan, who do participate in this process. However, our job as an administrator is to be inclusive and to include everybody within this process. We are to listen to all sides. We will take information from all sides, and we will leave our doors open to everybody who participates in this process.
So, follow-up question to that, Ms. Gomez, as if you look at the description and the job description for the executive director, there's quite a few attributes that are listed that are needed. Could you give us some insight to what do you think are your strengths and what do you think are your weaknesses on that list?
Um, my strengths would be my positive attitude and my work ethic. I believe that there is no problem that cannot be resolved. I actually enjoy challenges. Call me crazy, but I find it rewarding once an issue is resolved. It feels really good to resolve those issues. Um, and also to my work ethic. I believe that the Arizona Constitution, that's what we should follow. That's what I would stick by. And my weakness, I believe I dwell on previous issues that may have happened. I tend to go back into rework and think about those issues again, just because I don't want to repeat that same mistake. I tend to dwell on things that happened in the past, even though we're moving forward.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lerner, please.
I was muted, sorry.
Oh, no.
Welcome, Ms. Gomez.
Thank you.
So in a way, this is a little bit alluded to, but I'd like you to just talk a little bit about the role of the executive director. What's the role of the director, and what is your understanding of the roles of the commissioners in this process?
So the role of the executive director is I am a neutral party. I work for you. I listen to you. I take direction from you. I may lead the administrative process of things, but when everything is said and done, I take my guidance and my information from you. So I will always listen to you and listen to your direction. As an administrator, there's planning and managing involved. There's problem solving skills involved. There's leadership skills involved. There's so many things that come to play when you're leading a state agency. I've done that already. I worked with the IT department to get computers or to get email addresses, to get laptops. I work with HR to get people hired. I've worked with the procurement office to sign off on contracts. I've worked with so many different state departments. It's so big, but yet I know who to contact and I know who to work with, and I've developed those relationships. As far as with me being the executive director, like I said, I would take instructions and directions from you, and I would provide you with all of the resources that you would need in order to create maps, to create that policy. I believe that this process, as you know, is going to be challenging, and you're going to face some obstacles. But my job is to make sure that you have all of the necessary tools and resources so that you can do your job and accomplish your goals.
Any follow-up?
Yes, I do have a follow-up if that's possible. So
Please.
You have referred a few times to your involvement in previous commissions, the past 2 cycles that you have been. Could you talk a little bit about what, you know that things happened with each commission, right? There were issues with each commission that happened. Can you talk about what you might do with your experience that you've mentioned? What would you do differently this time from what happened either last time or 20 years ago or 10 years ago? Are there things in the operation of the commission that could be done differently based on your experience to make things run smoothly?
Absolutely. From an administrative standpoint, my recommendation for you when hiring the mapping consultant, I would not go through the state procurement office, and here's why. They have rules, guidelines, and laws that they have in order to protect the state of Arizona. And not that I would love to go ahead and to use them during this process because they have so much knowledge and they're experts. However, there comes a point where this process needs to be done fully in open session, and everybody needs to see what's going on. And that didn't follow what the rules and guidelines were with the procurement office back in 2011. There was a point where the commission had to go into e-session and to conduct some of that work within e-session, and the commissioners didn't want to. So I believe that's what got the first commission tripped up, is they were trying to follow the guidelines within the state procurement office. However, that doesn't go well with this process. This agency is not a typical state agency. This is totally different. You are an independent body and all eyes are watching you. So it's imperative to do as much work as possible, especially when you're hiring your legal counsel and your mapping consultant. So that's just one example.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Meal.
Welcome, Ms. Gomez.
Hi, thank you.
You know, the Constitution, as you've alluded to, sets forth certain priority requirements for drawing the redistricting boundaries. And frankly, the 2011 Commission for certain constituencies in Arizona was viewed very controversially on this topic. How would you perceive your responsibility, and how do you perceive the priorities as set forth in the Constitution?
So I believe with this process, I wouldn't be doing my job as an administrator if we were not inclusive. I believe that I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't go out and educate as many people as possible about the subject of redistricting and all of the constitutional requirements that are involved. I believe it's imperative, it's crucial for this process to go ahead and to educate everybody throughout this entire state, and then to allow them to provide public comment on what they have learned. I think at times people kind of get lost within the subject matter because it's not something that's talked about every single day, but it's so important. And I believe as staff, it would be my job and my colleagues' jobs to go ahead and to educate as many people as possible regarding the Arizona State Constitution under the Redistricting Commission, Article 4, Section 2 of the Arizona State Constitution. I would do that. From there, I've never really considered myself an expert in public comment. I didn't think about it because I just do it. So I believe I would love the opportunity to go ahead and to work with all groups, rural people from rural communities, people from the grassroots, people left, right, it doesn't matter. The moms associations, clubs, any neighborhood associations. I would love to share my knowledge with them on how to give all of you effective and substantive public comment, because you cannot draw maps without that public comment. It's crucial. So my job is to educate everybody and to include everyone in this state in this process. And I would love to see more public comment submitted this time than the last time. The last commission, we had over 10,000 written public comments. I would love to double that this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Watchman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Gomez. How are you doing?
Morning. Good. Thank you.
Good, good. You mentioned communities and involving all the communities. What would be your vision on how we conduct statewide outreach and community engagement?
That's a good question. So I actually implemented the last public outreach plan for the 2011 redistricting cycle. I worked with staff on selecting specific city zones throughout the entire state so that we can go ahead and go on tour. Once I created a plan, then I worked with the commission members to see if they agreed on that list and if they wanted to add more. From there, we got the word out. We got the word out through social media, through the media, through communities, libraries, whoever, counties, to let them know that we were going on tour. We actually had some newspapers post the meeting schedules to let them know that we were coming soon. At the same time, we also reached out to communities, to the Latino community, to the tribal communities as well. We engaged everybody in this process because it is so important. We actually traveled to Sells twice. We went to Tucson, we went to Safford, Thatcher, we went to Bullhead City. We just wanted to capture as much public information as possible. But not only that, this was an opportunity for members to learn about the entire state. This was a time for members to learn about why water issues were so important for people on the western part of our state. This was an important time for the commissioners to learn about the border issues facing some people within our state. Not only that, but mining towns as well, and up north with forests and with the rural communities as well. Not only that, but we also worked with people who fall under the Voting Rights Act. We wanted to engage everybody and make everybody a part of this entire process. This was not only an educational cycle for the public to learn about redistricting, but also for members to learn about people throughout this entire state. So with the first round of public hearings, that was just a time for us just to go out, to teach people about redistricting, to capture as much public comment as possible. The second round of public hearings, that's for people to comment on the actual maps. So that's how we did it the last time, and I believe that's how they did it with the first commission as well. However, I believe every commission is different and decisions are different each time. You are the policy makers. You will be creating your own maps, your own policy under all of this public comment that you will receive from the entire state, from different groups, from people throughout this entire state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Watchman. We have a little bit of time, so I will ask another question. Drawing new boundaries can be an intense and conflictual process. How do you deal with disagreement? Can you share with us a little bit about your conflict resolution skills?
From an administrative standpoint, one of our biggest challenges was actually seeking funding. We actually almost went to court. It was the last hour, and we almost had to go ahead and file a lawsuit because we weren't being adequately funded. There were really dark days during that time when you were paying a state agency to be your fiscal oversight and them telling you that you don't have money for that quarter to pay your bills. And by state law, you have to pay your bills within 30 days. When people wouldn't speak to you, when you would go to the legislature to try to seek funding and nobody would talk to you. Nobody would answer your calls, return your phone calls. Those were pretty tough days. We also went through a 100% audit. I don't know too many people who have had meetings with the Auditor General herself. I was surprised to see her there. But what I learned through this entire process is relationship building, being honest with people, and having an open dialogue with people. That's what actually got us through that entire process. People were willing to work with us because we were honest with them, even though they were upset at the commission and it was well documented in public. People were mean. However, there was a time when you just keep working, keep moving forward. People were open to us. People started listening to us. People started trusting us, trusting our word that the information that we were presenting to them was accurate. So the reason why I say the last commission was probably the best time of my professional career is because I got to work with the governor's budgeting office. I got to work with the Joint Legislative Budget Committee. I worked closely with the General Accounting Office. I worked closely with the Central Services Bureau. I worked closely with all of these different agencies because I knew we watched. But at the same time, I built those relationships when there was conflict. And it wasn't only me, it was also our executive director as well. I learned a lot from him to build those bridges. Nobody would speak to us. And going through a 100% audit, I don't know too many people that have gone through that, but that's 9 months every day of tough questions and people thinking or assuming that you did something wrong from an administrative standpoint. But we built that bridge. We got through those audits, that audit, and we quite frankly did well. So with dealing with conflict, I would continue to move forward and to be honest with people and continue to communicate as best as possible. But I will resolve any conflict or any issue.
Okay, thank you. We still have time for an additional question or two. So with that, I'll move on to Commissioner York. If you have any follow-up questions.
Yes, good morning. I have one more follow-up question. As it relates to communication and you sort of being our backup communication expert, one of the new tools we have in our toolbox is media and social media and the technology that we see in today's world. How would you use those to help the commission propel its message forward?
That's a good question. So I would go ahead and continue with streaming your meetings. You've all done a good job of doing that, so that everybody can watch either during real time, or they can go back and watch these videos as well. So I would continue with live streaming your meetings. I would also implement social media, and not to chat back and forth with people, but to actually use it to go ahead and to announce upcoming meetings. So I would definitely use social media as well. And I would like to use the latest and greatest in technology with this entire process. I would love to go ahead and to implement a mapping tool early on and make it available to everybody so that they can go ahead and create their own maps and submit those as their public comment as well. So that's one goal that I do have. Another goal too is to create an actual database so that we can have our public input on our website and not just have a fillable PDF, but actually have a database so people can go on the website and type in their concerns, their comments, what they like, what they don't like, what criteria is important to them, and go ahead and have that database available, if possible, to all of the members, to the mapping consultants, legal counsel as well. If we can go ahead and have an upgraded database to capture public comment, I think that would make our job so much easier as well.
Okay, we have just a couple more minutes. We can entertain a question from you, Ms. Gomez, if you have something of us. And if not, I can punt it to Commissioner Lerner. So first for you, Ms. Gomez,
Thank
any
you.
questions of us?
I do. I just want to say thank you again for this opportunity. It's very exciting to meet all of you. My question is, what do you want to see different with this redistricting commission?
That's a loaded question. I'll answer briefly and then punt it to my fellow commissioners. I want an independent process that's fresh, where we can learn from everything that we've experienced in the past, and that we can embrace all constituent groups with a sense of interest and trust. I would love that. I don't know if that's possible, but I think we have a remarkable state. We have so many different groups that have so much to offer. And to the extent that we can capture their interest, their perspectives, and we can synthesize that, I think that would be wonderful. But I'm going to actually punt to my colleagues here.
So this is Commissioner York. Erica, I echo Erica's consent. I would also say as a commission, we'd like to be as factual as it relates to the Constitution as we possibly can and follow the order of which it is written.
And this is Commissioner Watchman. I'll add that, I'd like to, maybe with the trouble past, I'd like to include as many different groups from our state, including the tribal communities. I think it's very, very important. It was noted that Native Americans weren't allowed to vote in this state until 1964. And so, that's a recent history. So the more touch and the more inclusion of our great state, including all of our 22 tribes, I think is very, very important. So that's my goal for being a commissioner. So I'll add that. Thank you.
With that, thank you so much, Ms. Gomez, for your application and for your time today.
Thank you again.
Okay. And with that, we're approaching about 11:10. We have our next interview scheduled for 11:15. We'll see if the applicant arrives a couple minutes early, but with that, we'll take a very quick 2 to 3 minute break.
Good morning, Mr. Schmidt. As previously, I previously let you know, the commissioners are taking a break and they will join momentarily. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Schmidt. Thank you for arriving a few minutes early. We'll wait until the full group is convened and we'll get started.
I believe the commissioners are all on, Chairwoman.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, everybody, for being so punctual. And thank you, Mr. Schmidt, for joining us today. And we'll just get right started. Please tell us why you're interested in this position and what in your background makes you prepared and experienced for this position.
Absolutely. And first of all, I want to thank you guys for having me. I'm excited to be here. I've always been drawn to the public process and public service, and my parents encouraged it at a young age. So in 2008, I had the honor of helping Senator McCain on his presidential campaign. His offices in New Hampshire, South Carolina, and Florida. After that, I came back to Arizona and worked at the Southwest Regional Headquarters and got to help campaign around the state. During that time, I met some great people. One of them who I really admired was Jim Waring and his commitment to public service. So once he decided to run for city council, I volunteered and did everything I could to get him elected. After that, he offered me a position, and I've been with him at the city of Phoenix as chief of staff for the last almost 10 years. During that time, we've worked on a lot of different projects. One of them that I found most interesting was redistricting, and that's kind of what drew me here today. At the city, I'm responsible for the office, the day-to-day operations, the budget, and keep an eye on the big picture. And so I'm excited to be here, answer any questions you guys have, and thank you guys for your service too, because it's not an easy task.
Thank you so much. And as a follow-up, can you share with us how familiar are you with state codes such as our procurement code, personnel rules, budgeting process, and public meeting laws?
Sure. Public meeting, open meetings, public record, all those sorts of things are things I deal with every day. It's been my life for the last 10 years. The city operates very similar to the state, either due to state statute or just because it's government. So familiar with lots of the different processes.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I will turn it over to Commissioner York.
Good morning, Mr. Schmidt. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Question. As you know, we're dealing with boundaries and lines and drawing maps for districts. What is the role of the executive director, and what do you believe is the role of the commissioners?
Sure. My role would be to help facilitate for you all to try and make your life as efficient as possible, to streamline and work with different stakeholders. I've been in government for a while. I'm an expert at navigating through it, and you guys shouldn't have to worry about that. I should go and get all the answers, bring them back, and let you all make the decision. You guys are the commissioners. I would just be here to help facilitate.
So as a follow-up question to that, Brian, one of the tools today in communicating to the public is the new media technology that's available to us. How do you see how would you consider using that, and what would you say maybe is one of your strengths in that area?
Sure. I think that getting as much input as possible is incredibly important. Going out and trying to engage the public. Social media is a big part of that these days. My family has a business that's been around for about 50 years. And for a time, I ran their social media and marketing. I also think it's important that when creating a team that it's diverse and and I can lean on other people's strengths. And I think you guys have mentioned hiring a PIO. So if that's more their area of expertise, I would listen to them and help take direction, and at the end of the day, make a decision and move forward.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Commissioner Lerner.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Schmidt.
Thank you.
So the executive director will be our central spoke, which will require strong management and organizational skills. Can you give some specific examples where from your past or from your present, where you've had to multitask, refocus a team maybe to keep them on target, and then I'll have you do that, and then I have a follow-up from there.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. At the city, we deal with pretty controversial cases on a regular basis. It's always been important to me and to Jim in relationships with all the stakeholders, different offices, city staff, bring them together, sit them down, and really listen to them. So one big accomplishment I would say that we're probably most proud of is Starfish Place, which is a newer, well, actually first in the nation public housing facility that's dedicated to victims of human trafficking and their families. It was a very difficult process to try and bring everybody to the table and get the desired outcome. But at the end of the day, it's an incredible project and very proud of it.
Okay, thank you. It kind of goes with what I just asked, but maybe maybe you can talk a little bit about, I don't know what your staff is, but that's part of what I was wondering. Was how do you keep your team on task? And my second question had been a project that you were most proud of. You just answered that question. But then is part of it your experience? If you can give a couple of specific examples. You mentioned that you've done a lot of work with the city procurement and all of that. Can you give some very specific experience, just like you did with your Starfish example, of with your team and experience managing contracts and consultants and your people, your staff?
Yeah,
give some examples. Thank you.
Absolutely. RFPs can be some of the most contentious projects at the city. So I would say citywide towing project, the RFP was very difficult. Again, we tried to bring everybody together, try and find a solution. Airport concessions, another very contentious RFP process. And you asked a little bit about the makeup of our team. We run a pretty tight ship. Offices are usually 3 to 5 people. Right now, it's me and one other, and she is someone who is amazing, and I lean on her strengths. She handles most of the constituent work, and it's just a great coworker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Meal.
Welcome, Mr. Schmidt.
Thank you, Commissioner.
The Constitution sets forth certain priorities for the redistricting boundaries, and it has been controversial in the past how that has been interpreted. Are you aware of the constitutional provisions, and how would you see your role and your understanding of the Constitution?
Yes, I am aware of the 6 kind of guiding lights. I'm not an attorney, but I usually laws are written in order for a reason. I also, at the end of the day, would be here to execute your vision. It's the Independent Redistricting Commission. I'm not a commissioner. I would just be here to help facilitate that process. I also think too that it's important that once we get out there, we educate the public on the process and the 6 provisions, the 4 steps, that kind of stuff.
And as a follow-up, maybe tell us some of your experience working with people of different beliefs than yours.
No, sure. At the city, we have to do that all the time. The city council is made up of 9 incredibly unique perspectives, and we wouldn't get anything done if we didn't figure out some sort of common vision or a way to come together to actually forge solutions and really get an outcome that everybody can be happy with.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Watchman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Mr. Schmidt. How you doing?
Good morning.
Again.
How are you?
Good. We talk about communities, and our state has wonderful communities geographically in all four corners of the state. What is your vision in how we should conduct statewide outreach and community engagement?
Absolutely. That's a great question. Thank you. I think it's incredibly important to engage and elicit as much public comment and input as we can by any mean or mode necessary. I think it would be great for the commission to tap into local radio, local newspapers, and also kind of tap into the already built systems, local communities, chambers of commerce, community colleges, universities, and not be afraid to really get as much dialogue going as possible.
If I could, can you help me define what you mean by communities? Which communities are you talking about? Just for based on my background, which you probably know. So
Yeah.
I'm curious about your answer to that.
Absolutely. Rural and tribal nations definitely need to be part of the process. They are integral to the makeup of the state. And I would work incredibly hard to make sure that working with the leaders or local community leaders to try and make sure that information can get out in the best possible way. Every community is a little different. So I would want to make sure that everybody feels like they were included.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Have you followed either of the 2 previous commissions? And if so, are there any lessons that you've learned that you would want to bring to this commission?
Sure. So I have studied up on them during this process. I think that we're in a unique, we have a unique opportunity with the census data being delayed that we can really get out there to the communities. They have to say at the same time, I think it's important. And one thing we can do differently is really educate them on the process, what we're going to do. Because when you start on a level playing field or a solid foundation, everybody, hopefully at the end of the day, if they, even if they don't agree with the outcome, I hope that they feel like they got the opportunity to participate and listen and really made a difference.
Can you share, as a follow-up, can you share more about that? What would define a fair process for you. You talk about people being heard. Can you share more about what your vision would be?
Yeah, I think that we're all very interested in the process and have studied up on it more than the average citizen. So I think even just letting them know the basic 4 steps, the grid, adjusting the grid, advertising, and finalizing from day one, so they understand the process. So it's not new every time. They know up front this is kind of what's going to go on.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
With that, I'll turn it over again to Commissioner York.
Thank you, Commissioner Newberg. One quick question. As you saw in the executive director summary of responsibilities, there's quite a few administrative responsibilities for administration. And I guess my question to you as it relates to strengths and weaknesses, as you look down that list, could you give us a feel for what would be your strengths and what might be one of your weaknesses?
Sure. I would say that I'm incredibly methodical and pragmatic. I really, sorry. I always think before I speak. I like to do as much research as possible. I don't overstep from my principle. But also at the end of the day, I don't know everything. And that's why I think it's incredibly important when building out the team, it's as diverse as possible so that I can lean on other people's strengths and really make sure that the commission and the staff represents the state well.
And a weakness?
Not knowing anything, or sometimes I can be a little relentless, and I have to step back and just know when I've gone as far as I can.
And a follow-up question to that, could you give us a brief description of your conflict resolution skills?
That it's, like I said, making sure that everybody has a seat at the table, talking through things, and knowing that people, that you're acknowledging their opinion, and then trying to work towards a common vision or goal that everybody can be happy about at the end of the day.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lerner.
Commissioner York, you took my other question.
Yeah.
Okay, I have another one for you. Thank you again, Mr. Schmidt.
Yeah,
there's a lot of scrutiny with this position, and as you saw, as you are aware, there was litigation in the past. What steps could you take? Do you think you could take to protect the integrity of the process as part of us continuing to move forward?
Sure, absolutely. I think that the commission should be as open and transparent as possible, so that the public's aware. Watching some of the previous meetings, I can understand some of the frustration that you all have, and I hope that I can help with that. But also, I think when it comes to the agenda, there's ways where we could also add like informational packets so that the public can follow along with a little more information than just the topics that you guys are going to discuss. So they really get to be part of the process.
Thank you.
Commissioner Meal.
I don't have an additional question.
Okay. Commissioner Watchman, would you like to ask an additional question?
I don't have another question. I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Okay, well, I have a question. You spoke about relentlessness.
Yes.
I like that word. Can you share with us a little bit what you mean by that, and like how you draw the boundaries around relentlessness?
Sure. Yeah. My family always likes to joke that I'm a dog on a bone, and I like to do as much research as possible and really dig into um, an issue. And sometimes at the end of the day, I have to step back and know that I've done all my research and homework, and I'm content moving forward. And sometimes you can do too much research and just need to be comfortable.
Can you envision how that might play a role in this redistricting process?
Sure. I think one of the most important roles for the executive director is making sure you guys have all the information, that you guys aren't worrying about dealing with various departments and directors. That would be my job. And making sure you have all the possible information for when you have to make a decision.
Any other questions from our commissioners? If not, I have one other one, but I'd like to, well, if we're doing it in order, I will go to Commissioner York.
I'm satisfied, Commissioner Newberg. Madam Newberg. Madam Chair.
I have one last question. So the Constitution requires that the Commission conduct its efforts in an honest, independent, and impartial manner, and to uphold confidence in the integrity of the redistricting process. Is there anything in your background that would make that mandate difficult? And along with that, can you just share with us some of your experience in bringing, different groups together?
Sure. I would say that every day I work for a principal. I don't necessarily agree with every one of his decisions, but he's the elected. He is this commissioner, and at the end of the day, I have to execute what he wants. I can easily put aside my thoughts or feelings. It's made, and that's the path we're going down. And I can set all personal biases aside and move forward. It's important for the public to think that, or to know that this commission is independent, and that at the end of the day, we walk out of here with our integrity. That would be very important to me. And an example of bringing people together is some of our most contentious issues besides RFPs, zone where it deals with neighborhoods and building communities literally in someone's backyard. So those are difficult to navigate. We encourage people to really be part of the process, the whole process. And then, like I said, hopefully at the end of the day, they know that their voice was heard. They did make a difference, and that we listened. So.
Okay, thank you. With that, before we turn it over to you, if you have any questions, does any of my fellow commissioners have any follow-up questions they'd like to ask? Mr. Schmidt, do you have any questions of us?
Sure. Is there any one not hot button, but day one thing that I could do to help each of you besides what I mentioned?
I love that question. Thank you very much. I'll answer it first and then turn it over to the other commissioners. What I'm seeking is somebody who will be our partner in representing the commission first. Our state agencies are servicing our needs. It's a unique project every 10 years. We're recreating an entirely independent body, and to have a partner in seeing everything through the lens of just the IRC. No other responsibilities to the state, no other responsibilities to a partner or a party, but rather somebody who would singularly partner with us in advancing the five of, we've been selected to represent this. So that would enable us to tap into our strengths and honor the mandate. And with that, I'd love to hear perspectives from my peers here. Commissioner Emile, you're on mute.
It's one of those days.
I get it.
So from my perspective, we are truly looking for a lead staff person who would minister and guide and work through the government issues and help us work with one another to maximize the reason that we're all together as a commission, and not look for someone who wants to insert themselves in policy.
I agree. Any other thoughts?
And boy, do we need help working through the public process.
Yeah, we're all learning. We all want to, adhere to the codes as best as we can. So, all right. If there's no other questions, thank you so much, Mr. Schmidt, for joining us today. We appreciate your time. We will take a short break, and we have our last interview scheduled for 11:50. If the applicant is ready a little early, we'll start early. But thank you, Mr. Schmidt.
Commissioner, I was going to try to say it before everybody left, but Commissioner Newberg, you want us back in 5 minutes?
Yes, let's all convene 5 minutes early. I think this is a logical break. And in case our last applicant is early, we will reconvene at 11:45.
Thank you.
Hi, Trevor. Thank you for joining. As previously mentioned, the commissioners are in quick break. They should be back in about 3 minutes or so, or sooner.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. I just am doing a quick look to make sure that our entire group is convened. I believe I see my commissioners and our council. And with that, I would like to welcome our last applicant, Mr. Abarzua. And if I'm butchering your last name, can you please share with us how to pronounce it?
No, that was great, Commissioner and Chairwoman. It's Abarzua.
Thank you very much. And with that, if we are ready to commence, I'll start with the first question. Thank you so much for joining us today and for your interest in the process. Can you please tell us a little bit about why you're interested in this position and what makes you feel that you're qualified as it relates to your background and your experience?
Sure. Yeah. Well, first off, thank you for inviting me to interview, and really excited about the process. I think I'm interested in applying and also in the position is because of my want of public service. You know, I was raised to give back to the community, and my father is an immigrant. You know, he immigrated here from Chile and as a teenager. He joined the Marine Corps to give back to his country, and then became a state trooper in Connecticut to give back to his community. And my mom, she was the oldest of 4 little brothers, and her family couldn't afford for her to go to college, so she had to work really hard to pay for school, and she became a trooper as well in Connecticut. But my upbringing was always to give back and to be part of the community, to be civically involved. And even though I didn't become a trooper, a police officer like them, I wanted to use my strengths and my career path to give back. So I think with my experience previously, sets me up for success with this position and my expertise. Traveling around the state with the Arizona Commerce Authority and really getting to know the communities around the state, and not just the big cities, Phoenix, Tucson, Flagstaff, Yuma, but the rural communities and bringing jobs to those rural communities and those tribal nations, Gila River and Navajo Nation, and just seeing how diverse the state is and wanting to represent, not only the diversity of the state, but bringing, to a level of diversity to the staff. And I think, with my prior experience again at the ACA and in other governmental roles, I think I'm perfectly positioned to succeed in this role and to give back to the state of Arizona.
Thank you. As a follow-up question, can you share with us, because we will be operating within the state system, what your experience is with the state procurement code, personnel rules, budgeting process, and public meeting laws?
Sure. Yeah. So in my time in the governor's office, I was a policy assistant, and part of that was being the project manager for a lot of these things called goal councils. So there's a lot of diverse issues throughout the state that sometimes there's not an easy fix to or not a policy change. So my role was to convene experts to solve these issues. So I would say one of those was we did a law enforcement goal council to attack wrong way driving, and it's an issue throughout the state, but it's not, could be a community issue, could be a policy issue. So what we did and what I was in charge of was gathering a group of experts, leaders in the law enforcement community, leaders at the Department of Transportation, and also cities and counties, street systems, and also experts not involved in government, from the private sector, and that had some, technological expertise. So, we convened them, we came up with solutions, but part of that was navigating that procurement process. And, obviously, when we want to bring on something and use government funds, we have to go through that process. So my job was to work in conjunction with Department ADOA. So I have great relationships over at the procurement office at ADOA, and to making sure that we're compliant with everything. So me being the project manager, again, I wasn't, so to say, the expert in wrong way driving, but my job was to make sure that everything was executed properly, and working with the proper channels in procurement and also in open meeting law. And with the role at the governor's office, I also worked with the boards and commissions director, Trista Guzman Glover, who, working in conjunction with her to make sure that the minutes were up to date and all the boards and commissions were compliant with open meeting law. Again, and I think it goes back to relationships there at those offices and with those experts, being able to work and communicate with them and make sure that this commission here is compliant, and I feel confident I can do that.
Thank you very much. With that, Commissioner York, please.
Good afternoon, Trevor. Question, as you know, we'll be drawing boundaries and new lines for districts. What should the role of the executive director play in the drawing of boundaries? And what do you think, or how would you describe the responsibility of the commission?
Sure. I think the executive director's role, again, is a convener. The 5 commissioners, you guys are going to be the one drawing the boundaries. And I want to make sure that, we have the proper data, we have the proper information to make the most educated and informed decision for the state of Arizona. And I think it starts with following the Constitution and making sure that we're following all the guidelines the Constitution has laid out for us, making sure that the boundaries have equal population, they're, geographically contiguous, I think is important, and respect communities of interest. And I think the way the Constitution is laid out is those three things are most important. And I think after that, to an extent practical, is making sure they're competitive. But I think those 3 things first and foremost are important. So again, making sure that we're following those guidelines in the Constitution. And I think too, I think, part of being the executive director is making sure that we communicate with the communities properly. And that's not only, through these Zoom meetings or through our open meeting, through the media, through social media, and also visiting communities. I think it's very important, and especially in our rural communities and our tribal communities, that we go out as a commission and meet with communities, meet with leaders, and also individuals that have an interest in this process, and make sure it's completely transparent. And also, again, I touched on the staff, but I think building a diverse staff is important. That shows the diversity of the state, diversity of thought, diversity of background, and diversity of geographic where they came from throughout the state. I think, me being the leader, the executive director of the staff, would be a big priority of mine. But at the end of the day, it's just making sure that we're successful, we're transparent with the community and with the state, and we're following the Constitution.
Thank you. No follow-up.
Commissioner Lerner, please.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Arbarzua. The Constitution, you've already alluded to the Constitution. It talks about the fact that we conduct our efforts in an honest, independent, and impartial manner, and uphold public confidence in the integrity of the redistricting process. Can you speak to your background a little bit? Is there maybe some experience that you've had working in a bipartisan manner, working across the aisle? Can you give some examples of where you've, because most of your work has been in this most recent administration. Can you just give some examples as part of that, which would kind of give the public confidence in this redistricting process?
Definitely. Well, to start, so when I was in college, I was at Arizona State. I was a capital scholar. So with that, a semester, you need to do an internship, and I wanted to do an internship with a congresswoman from my home district, which was in Connecticut, and she happened to be a Democrat, Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro, who's actually one of the more liberal, members of Congress. And it was just about, giving back to the community I grew up in, and see how the staff operates with the local county that I lived in, and also too seeing how they worked, from the other side, how they worked across party lines. So to be in that environment, to be in that staff environment, to see, oh, okay, this is how, the other side thinks or operates. And to be quite honest, it's pretty much the same. They want to do what's best for their district and what's best for the country. They might disagree on a policy issue here and there, but what I found is, everyone is in public service to better their community. So that was one example. I think another one, Arizona specific, would be my role at the ACA. And my role is to bring business to the state, from all around, all industries, but, mainly from California, and also in the automotive sector and advanced manufacturing. So we get these large employers that want to come here, big brand names, hundreds of jobs, billions of dollars in investment. And my job is to be that project manager, to make sure that, we're doing the best foot forward for the client, but also for the state and the communities that are interested. And it's a competitive process, Arizona versus other states, but also too, within the state, whether, if they're going to choose, say, Tucson or Yuma or Phoenix or even a rural part of the state. So I have to make sure to balance all those relationships out, and working with staff and working with elected officials on both sides, of the aisle. My most recent win, and what we're really proud of, is Whitehall Industries, which is an electric vehicle manufacturer. They produce parts, but I had to work in conjunction and very closely with a lot of the city officials and flag staff, and getting through government fees and waivers and all the things that you need to apply for business licenses here, and to get through Department of Environmental Quality. So I've had to reach across party lines in this role, and this role is very nonpartisan in the sense that, I'm working with all communities, all parties, and all backgrounds. So being able to manage those relationships, and being able to also, sometimes give the bad news to communities that they didn't win a project and it's going, maybe across. Having that experience has really helped, and I think that prepares me for this commission.
Great. Thank you. I don't think I have a follow-up on this one. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to use a little discretion. I'd like to announce that Commissioner Watchman is going to need to leave our morning meeting at noon. He will come back and join us again for our afternoon meeting at 3. But Commissioner Meal, I apologize, just to give him one last chance to get a question in before he leaves. Commissioner Watchman.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission, and good morning, Trevor. I forgot about daylight savings. I know Arizona doesn't follow it, but here on Navajo, it is now almost 1 o'clock. So I have to figure out how to adjust, how I conduct business here on Navajo with folks in Phoenix. And so, but I appreciate, Madam Chair, allowing me to ask my question. You mentioned the communities and the different parts of the state, where I'm from. And so, one of the big things that I'm interested in is your vision and how you would conduct statewide outreach. And how would you, with us, do community engagement across the state? I'm curious about your thoughts on that.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Watchman. I think that's going to be one of the most important parts of this process and of the commission is making sure that the word gets out and that we're engaging with the community. I think a strategy of mine would be to engage from a media perspective and from having great relationships with media. And that's just not, the Arizona Republic or the Tucson Daily Star. There's local papers throughout the state in rural areas in Cochise County and in Safford and in Navajo Nation. And also that includes, tribal communities as well, and working with the way that they administer, the news and working with those local publications. I think it's going to be important too, and I think just my experience in working in rural Arizona is, actually visiting those communities in those counties, showing that the commission does care about their voice and that their voice matters just as much as Maricopa and Pima and the other larger parts from a population standpoint. I think now in the year 2021, I think social media and our website will be important. And I think it's great that we have this tool to be able to live stream. But I think being able to stay on top of that, but that's not the only way, again. And I think, making sure that we touch all the points of rural Arizona, the tribal communities and the state. So that's going to be one of the biggest priorities. And I think building out a staff, I think bringing on someone that has relationships with members of the media. I consider myself a great communicator, but I think I do not have those great relationships. So I think building out a staff that someone has relationships, and again, not only with the big papers, but also those local papers. So that would be my vision, and also to implement the vision of the commission.
Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, Commissioner Meal, please.
Welcome, Mr. Arbuzua. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Some of the more mundane tasks of this position is preparing budgets, and it's managing a small staff. And what in your background would prepare you to do this? And how would you see filling out a staff that would complement your skills?
Sure. I think my experience at the Arizona Commerce Authority is not only just, communicating from client to myself and figuring out how to get the deal done, but it's convening groups of people and different organizations, within the Arizona Commerce Authority, but throughout the state. At the ACA, we have, our marketing team and our, research team and our media team, and being a project manager for some of these is convening those groups and leading the project. So figuring out where they bring strengths, how they fit into the process, and making sure it gets over the finish line. So I think my experience leading these large employer projects that have a lot of eyes on them and they're very competitive throughout the country, it takes a lot, and it takes a lot that goes into it. And I think on the budget side, part of the job at the ACA is also working with the incentives and also a lot of the tax code. So going through the numbers on, the types of taxes they have to pay, but also that some of the exempt taxes, like for example, the sales tax exemption for manufacturers. So being able to budget those out and figuring out of all the investment they're making in the state, how much, will they have to, be exempt from. So working with numbers is a strength of mine as well. And I think, balancing a budget is important, and also, balancing the staff budget and the IRC staff would be important. And I think that'll be a priority of mine. And I feel confident that I'd be able to handle that.
And as a follow-up, have you dealt with much conflict in your different positions, and how do you handle conflict resolution?
Sure. Yeah. Conflict resolution, I think, is a key part. And I think to manage that is communicating and being overly communicating and figuring out both sides. If there is a conflict on the commission or in any part, is just figuring out what the two sides, what the issue is, and figuring out the best way to get that answer. And I think some experience with that, and I know I touched on it, is working with these communities. You have these cities or these towns, and they all want to get an employer to move to their district or their town, and figuring out the conflict of, with the client, why a certain community makes sense over another, but communicating to the city that might not win, the reasons why, and also figuring out solutions on, okay, maybe the next time it comes, let's figure out ways that, this project would have chosen, let's say, I don't know, Queen Creek or something like that. So I think, again, being able to communicate in success, but also in failure, but figuring out the ways to get to the finish line. I feel confident in doing that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, I'll take the next question. Have you followed either of the two previous commissions? And if so, are there any lessons that you've learned that you would want to bring to this commission?
Yes, I have followed. I've went back and watched some of the videos and watched some of the coverage on it. And I think one thing that I would do differently as a commissioner would be, I think the last commission really put first competitiveness in the districts. And I think it was a point of contention and a point of, kind of chaos within the commission to do that. And I think, again, following the constitution of those three pillars of, the equal population, contiguous, and communities of interest, I think highlighting those first and foremost, following the constitution, I think it would get rid of a lot of the contention within the commission and then the voices outside. And also too, again, I think making sure that everyone is cordial with one another. We're all doing what's best for the state, and we're all, want to make sure that we're drawing the lines to the best of the Constitution and the best for the state. So, being kind of that project manager and that person to help guide the conversations, that would be a priority of mine. And again, the commissioners are the ones that are going to be drawing the lines. I want to be the one to help manage the process and make sure that you guys are only worried about drawing the best lines. And I want to handle the staffing side of it, the communicating side of it with communities and with media, and make sure that you guys are focused on the number one task at hand.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner York if you have an additional question.
One quick question regarding responsibilities. If you look at your executive director job description that was posted on the Arizona website, there are a number of responsibilities listed that the executive director is going to have to provide to the IRC. And I guess from my standpoint, I'd like to know how your strengths, which one of these you feel you're really strong in, and if there are any you have any weaknesses in.
Sure. Yeah, I think when I looked at the application, it was like, wow, this would be a perfect opportunity for me based on my past experience, but also I think my interpersonal skills. And I think one of my strengths is communicating, whether it's, one-on-one or in a group setting, and leading as well, and being able to lead a team or being able to lead the commission, but also too, following the respect, and the requests of the commissioners. Again, like I touched on, it's your guys' commission, and I'm here to kind of manage and coach that. I think a weakness of mine would be that even though I do consider myself a great communicator and have great communication skills, is those relationships in the media. And I think to round out the staff and talking about diversity of staff, I think bringing on someone that is a real expert and has those relationships with media, and bringing on, a strong PIO or a deputy that would be able to communicate that. And again, so I think, bring in a diverse staff that would complement, my strengths, but also weaknesses and the commissions, and making sure that it's diverse, that, it's touching every part of the state.
Thank you, Trevor.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lerner.
Thank you. I'm just trying to find my question that I want to ask. Sorry. I apologize. Okay, so my question for you is, I know you're sorry. I apologize for that. I've been taking notes, so I've got a lot of.
Yep.
Thank you for your patience. So you would be the go-to person for the commissioners, and how would you balance the communication that needs to occur? And what would you do in terms of the commissioners if you have two opposing viewpoints? One commissioner comes to you and says, "I'd like this," and another one comes and says, "I'd like that." How do you, as the executive director, how would you balance that? And so this is more internally within the organization.
Sure. I think, having individual relationships with each commissioner is going to be important, and building that trust in those relationships will be, first and foremost to start. I think, I believe in data and facts, and I think we're going to be getting a lot of data and census data that is going to help dictate how, and again, following the Constitution first and foremost, but using the data to make educated choices, and choices, the correct choices, I think will help. And I think, again, dealing with different personalities on the commission or different individuals, that's a strength of mine. And I think that's one of my best strengths is, hearing them out, but also to knowing the end of the day, the mission is to do what's best for the state and to draw those lines. And I think, along with the data, bringing those two together, bringing those two viewpoints together, and really talking it out in a cordial way, but also to relying on the facts. That's how I would handle it. But again, I think that's one of my strengths is, that person-to-person communication. I would consider myself a people person, and being able to manage and mitigate some of those discrepancies or some of those disagreements. I think I'm equipped to handle those.
And just as a follow-up, kind of a scenario kind of question that goes with that, because what you're saying is bringing people together, which is what we always hope for. Thank you. What if one of the commissioners, or if either both of them, said, "Hey, I've got something I'd like you to do, but please don't pass that on to anybody. This is something between us." And you may feel that it's not appropriate.
I think transparency is the biggest part of this process. And I think to get public trust and to get trust from the community, I think we need to be transparent. So I would not entertain that. I think, having relationships with each individual is important. But I think also, again, following the rules, following the Constitution, and putting the best foot forward for the state, that's what I'm here for. And first and foremost. So again, I would not entertain in that scenario. I would not entertain it, and I would ask, the commissioner to please refrain from telling me anything that they'd like to keep confidential. But also, doing a lot of those talks, in the public forum, in public session, to be able to not have to worry about any of that. So, again, I'm here to work with the state and to help the commissioners, but to follow the Constitution first and foremost, and that's what I want to do.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we would like to see if you have any quick questions of us.
I think one question would be kind of your guys' vision to fill out the staff. In working with me and making sure that, the commission is most successful, but I am most successful. What is the vision in terms of what you would like to see round out the staff? I know I touched on having someone with media expertise, but wanted to see if that was something that the commission agreed on, and just vision on staffing.
Thank you for your question. I'll take a stab at that, and I will turn it over to my commissioners. For me, I would like to see a staff that reflects Arizona. I'm deeply concerned about groupthink, just as a psychologist, and I know that the data show that a variety of opinions typically leads to better decision making. So aside from the moral aspect of representing our broader state, I'm deeply committed to making the best decisions possible, and believe that a diversity of opinion and challenging what the status quo is something that's positive. And with that, I will turn it over to my peers.
This is Commissioner York. I believe that one of the things that as a commission we're struggling with is public policy and how to perform in now a public arena. The other thing that we felt strongly is that we wanted an independent staff that was going to follow the Constitution, but also listen to the commission broadly. And for that, we felt also it was very important that the executive director had a input into the staffing positions that we hired. We have a limited budget, so we need to be cognizant of that. So that's kind of coupled with Erica's description of the state. I think those are things that we need to consider.
This is Commissioner Meal. I think the self-awareness of the executive director and a recognition that in those other positions we need skill and ability that will round out and supplement what your abilities are, so that in a small staff we have really true competence. I think is also very important.
Great.
I have nothing to add. Thank you. Everything was great.
Thank you so much for joining us today and for your interest in the position. We appreciate your time and your commitment.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I appreciate it, and look forward to hearing back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I'm going to ask that all commissioners stay online. We have a robust agenda still. We have about 35 minutes before we're going to have a hard stop. So I'd like to be able to move through the agenda as expeditiously as we can. With that, we're going to move on to immediately item 5, which is discussion and possible action on executive director interviews, including selection of candidates to, well, we've already selected those to interview in the afternoon in the meeting. Commission may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public for purpose of discussion or consideration of personnel matters, including on matters related to executive director candidates, ARS 38-431.03A1, for discussion or consideration of records exempt by law from public inspection, including the receipt and discussion of information or testimony that is specifically required to be maintained as confidential by state or federal law pursuant to ARS 38-431.038A2, as well as to obtain legal advice specifically related to executive director candidates, ARS 38-431.03A3. And with that language, let us move to process the interviews that we just experienced. We alluded to some of this discussion earlier. I suggest that we take turns. Maybe we go through each applicant one at a time. We share what we feel are the strengths, then the weaknesses, and after that, we go into executive session to have that exact same conversation that is a little bit more sensitive. And then we will reconvene as a group to do our public vote. And unless there's any disagreement on that process, I'd like to open it up to begin to discuss the strengths and weaknesses of our candidates. With that, I would like to start with our first candidate, Tom Argaton. And if we want to go just maybe on the same order that we did the interviews, it's arbitrary, but why don't we just go with it? So Commissioner York.
I thought Mr. Argaton demonstrated quite a bit of experience, and that would be a strength. My consensus is the weakness was perhaps it would take him time to lead us to a solution.
I'm sorry, it got choppy for just a moment. Commissioner York, could you just repeat the last part of what you said? Sorry about that.
I felt that it would take him quite a while to lead us to a solution if we had an issue we were trying to resolve.
Okay. Commissioner Lerner, would you like to share your comments, please?
Yeah, I liked Mr. Augerton's experience. I felt he had quite a bit of good experience, has been around and had an understanding of the redistricting process. He's been involved in state government for a long time. I think he could handle the administrative aspects really well. He seemed to have some experience, maybe not as much as we want on the rural communities. He didn't have quite the strength maybe that others have shown in terms of their discussion. But I do feel that he had real solid experience in working across the aisle, because he's worked in a lot of different positions where he's had to do that, and also a lot of experience in working in administration.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Meal.
I was impressed by Mr. Augerton in many respects, and clearly he has a depth of background and he has administrative experience. But having said that, I thought some of the other candidates were simply stronger. So I think he would be a very good executive director, but I think we have some alternatives that I would be more interested in.
Thank you. You know, personally, I felt again that this person was motivated for the right reasons. I feel that he did his homework. I was impressed that he would not approach this as a sixth commission member, but rather as somebody who would want to understand our vision of what, you know, the process was about. I share some of the concerns that maybe, you know, he's not quite as ready to jump in with the relationships and the experience. But I felt comfortable that this person could represent our commission and our state well. With that, we'll move on to the second candidate, Ms. Keely Hartzell. Commissioner York, would you like to start?
Thank you, Commissioner Newberg. Ms. Hartzell was obviously very experienced in the task at hand. In some ways, almost too much, I felt. The other thing, I felt that she had a hard time getting to the answers of our questions when we were asked. I also am concerned as far as, and she even mentioned it in the process, that the partisanship of her past would create an issue for the commission.
Okay. With that, we'll move on. Commissioner Lerner, would you like to add anything to that?
Well, I felt she did bring the most experience to this. She's been involved in all different parts of government. She understands redistricting. She's worked in the area of voting. She understands Voting Rights Act. Her strengths were wide in terms of, you know, her knowledge. She's worked in a lot of the things that we were asking about in terms of procurement, public media. She had quite a bit of experience with that. She talked about working across the aisle. She acknowledged, what I appreciated actually, is that she did acknowledge her partisanship, that she has worked primarily or with one side more than others. So the fact that she acknowledged that, I thought was good for us to hear. And she addressed how she would avoid that in the future. And to me, that was a positive to hear, because we know that that's something we're looking for, is somebody who is going to be as nonpartisan as possible in this particular role. So I just saw a lot of strengths across the board. I do understand what Commissioner York is saying. There were some questions maybe that weren't answered as comprehensively as they could have been. But overall, I just think she brings a lot of strength with her experience. I also liked her answer about communities. She gave a very broad perspective that we didn't hear from any of the others in terms of what a community is. And she also made a comment that I thought was good, is about not pitting the 6 requirements against each other for political gain. So I liked the fact that she acknowledged that we need to try to do what we can to get politics out of the process as part of that. That's all for right now.
Commissioner Meal.
Well, if nothing else, I've been consistent on some of my priorities for our commission, and following the Constitution is obviously my big one, and she started right off with a position that I would say is controversial on putting competitiveness, which I think the Constitution makes clear is the last priority of the 6, and putting it as her top one, and which is what got the 2011 commission into problems. And I'd also say, and I didn't know, I started to ask something and I didn't really know quite how to do it, but she comes out of the Maricopa County Elections Department, and that's the most controversial place in the state right now on election issues. And I don't think it would serve us well to bring someone in from that department. Notwithstanding that, she clearly had a lot of skill and ability, is a very talented woman. But for those reasons that I just stated, I would not want her to be the executive director.
With that, I'll share my opinion. I agree. I think this is a person of great skill. I was very seriously attracted by her knowledge of the Voting Rights Act. I was very attracted by her knowledge of state government, and felt that this person could advocate for our commission very strongly. I am not concerned by the partisanship. And I know that this is going to be something that we're going to talk about with all candidates. We asked, or at least I did, you know, we are the 5 commissioners. We will determine, you know, the decisions, and we need the strongest person possible to advance our issues. And so with that in mind, understanding that if we rule out all people who have a partisan inclination, we may be ruling out the best candidates that we have to represent us and do the best job. So with that, you know, I understand and respect her background. I thought she would uphold our ethics. I felt that she understood the role of what an executive director would be. And in terms of weaknesses, I would agree with Commissioner Meal. And I think, you know, in the process of us all applying and reflecting on this iteration of the redistricting commission, I think we've collectively acknowledged that there is a reality of the hierarchy of the Constitution. And at the end of the day, I would like to make sure that anybody that we hire would only uphold our visions of that and facilitate that. And so with that, I really don't have, I think, much to add. Let's move on to candidate 3, Christina Gomez. Commissioner York.
I enjoyed Ms. Gomez's interview quite a bit. By far the most experienced, applicant we had, as far as I was concerned, based on the previous two commissions. Articulate, joyful. Those are kind of words that come to mind. It's very, I think, talented. One of the weakness to me, again, would be sort of the optics of the previous commission that she was heavily involved with as the deputy. And so how could we overcome that would be this question I'd have to have out.
Commissioner Lerner?
I will agree with you on my take in terms of Commissioner York. I felt she was she's a very strong candidate because she really could, we've talked about hit the ground running. She certainly understands the process. She understands our mission. I think the reason we asked her, what would you do differently last time, was, from my perspective, to understand, to see if she had an understanding of what maybe happened last time that could be done differently. I think it was important to hear that perspective, and she gave, I thought, a good answer, as well as she made a comment that I thought was, when she talked about her own weakness about dwelling on previous issues, but basically to not repeat mistakes. She made a comment about trying to look ahead and to not repeat what's happened in the past. So I think she certainly could move forward, and I like that as well. I like the fact of what she had to say about being inclusive, about leaving doors open, about trying to resolve issues. I liked her example that she gave of the challenge in terms of funding and what happened, and then how they worked to resolve that. And I saw that as being very positive, of somebody who would reach out to others to try to find resolution. So I thought that was a strength as well. And she certainly knows what needs to happen in terms of the commission and what needs to happen to make us function. Last point, I like the fact that she said that the director has to be a neutral party, somebody who basically is there for guidance, for information, basically works with the commission, but isn't the person she listens to the direction and helps plan and manage and resolve issues. So those were some strengths. And
thank you. Commissioner Meal?
I think clearly that Ms. Gomez has some strengths and experience that are very relevant. She presented that background very well. Again, I'm probably equally as concerned with us tying ourselves back to the last commission, which I think is problematic. And interestingly, she has the most experience in some ways, but the least experience in actually managing people. She's been a number 2 for a long time in a lot of different spots, and I think that is a little bit of a gap, but overall still a very impressive candidate.
Thank you. I share those thoughts, Commissioner Meal. First of all, she's an impressive candidate. I have no doubt she can do this job. I think there are huge strengths with her being experienced with the past commissions. I think that there are some limitations with that, because I think we all aspire to have a unique experience that is reflective of the 5 of us. I believe she could do a good job. That's what I'd like to say. With that, let's move on to the 4th candidate, which is Brian Schmidt. Commissioner York.
Brian Schmidt had some experience, maybe not as much as others. For that, it was a fresh look. What I did think he gave to the commission is a more neutral, government-involved representative with experience in the government of Arizona and in Phoenix and Maricopa County in general. But the weakness, perhaps maybe not as dynamic as maybe we thought we might need, or leadership skills weren't quite maybe at the level of some of our other candidates.
And this is
Commissioner Lerner.
I was getting the hang of it. I was just about to go. Almost there. I will agree. He's a very nice person. And I don't feel he brings the level of experience that we need. His work at the city level is strong, but he doesn't have the work at the state level that I think we need. And even though he made the comment that the city operates similar to state, it's not exactly the same. And so I think there would be a pretty good learning curve that has to happen for him. He certainly seems to understand the Constitution in terms of those requirements. He talked about being as open and as transparent as possible, certainly talked about constituents. So he had some good things to say, but I feel that he's probably not as strong because of his lack of experience maybe with the state at the same level as some of the other candidates. Thank you.
Commissioner Meal.
I thought that Brian Schmidt was a very strong candidate, and actually 10 years working as the chief of staff for the city council in Phoenix. He probably has the most bipartisanship relationships of any of the 5 candidates that we have interviewed. He's not as personally dynamic, but we're not looking for someone to be dominant. So I think he understands the chief of staff role. He has been managing a staff of almost identical size that we would have for the last 10 years. So he has strong management ability. So I was very impressed with him, and I would think that he would do an excellent job for us.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with that assessment. My sense of him is that he's a little bit shyer. And that may be a quality that serves us quite well. When people listen more than speak, they have 2 ears and 1 mouth. And that suggested to me that this candidate would be somebody that's not going to inject his or her or their opinion about what the districts or what this process should look like. He was very process oriented, and this may be touching upon the application more than just the interview. But I felt that Brian was very sensitive to having a legitimate, accessible process to our state. I feel that this candidate has a deep understanding of Arizona. If everybody read kind of the background on this person, I believe he's a 4th generation Arizonan, somebody that has deep roots with our state. And I would also just bring to mind that when I think about kind of the role of an executive director, and I think about the role of a chief of staff, there's a lot of commonalities, meaning that it's not about that person, but rather that person bringing out the strengths and the talents of the team around themselves, understanding what the boundaries are and their role. So, and I also did not have the concern that this person would not have the ability to get things done on the state level. 10 years of working within a city system in which there are no Democrats, no Republicans, but rather individuals who are coming to do the city business, you're required to put aside those differences and just be highly pragmatic with getting the job done. And a chief of staff taps into, the staff members, the lay leaders, all of that. So I would like us to give considerable attention to this unique skill set. And with that, unless there's any other comments, we can move on to the 5th candidate. Trevor Abarzua. Commissioner York, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Newberg. Trevor Abarzua was probably my favorite candidate. I thought that his immigration background from his parents' experience fit well with Arizona as far as our the amount of different populations we have in the state. His experience with the Arizona Commerce Commission and recruiting other businesses and creating that possible path for growth was a strength that would serve the redistricting commission well. I liked his personality, his ability to engage the audience. His weakness probably was that he didn't have enough experience maybe with media and some of the other items that he felt he needed to add staff for, but he also had the ability to understand that where strengths and weaknesses were.
And I will, I think Mr. Arbazua has great communication skills in terms of that. He presents very well. He has a very positive perspective, I thought, that he brings in his discussion. I thought he gave some good examples as well of things that he has done to solve issues, how you bring people together. Those were some good examples. I mean, he gave some specific examples, which we asked for. Many of the candidates didn't always get as specific an example as we got with Mr. Arbazua. So I thought that was a very good positive as part of it. Probably in terms of weaknesses, again, a little bit of lack of broad experience that he might have, that he doesn't necessarily have as much as some of the other candidates in the areas that we're looking at. I didn't quite get the sense in terms of how, I mean, I know he works with lots of different staff, but I don't know if he himself has much of a staff. I forgot whether he spoke to that or not, but I know he works with other groups out there. So I think he's a strong candidate. The only probably concern I had is when he was asked about the Constitution, I was a little worried about whether he would insert himself into the process versus being the person who is our administrator, based on his response there. So I think his interpersonal skills were good, but maybe not having all the experience that we've had with some of the other candidates, maybe not quite as strong as some of the others. Thank you.
Commissioner Meal, very quickly, we have about 10 minutes and I'm hoping we're going to vote on advancing 2 candidates. And so let's be very quick.
I was very impressed with him. I thought he was a very dynamic candidate. I think his background is different, but very, very solid. I think his ability to work in different settings has been very exemplary. And overall, I would rate him high. And he did seem to understand the Constitution.
Thank you. I agree with everything, and I'm just going to say that I have one concern, and maybe this is the elephant in the room. I thought he was a great public speaker. I loved his answers. It's very hard to ignore the fact that he applied to be a Republican representative of the commission. And in terms of just seeing, who is going to represent us in our truest mission, it's hard to unring the bell. And I just want to acknowledge that publicly. With that, we have a very short window of time. If there is a sentiment amongst my commissioners that we need to go into executive session, we can certainly do so. I don't have anything that I need to share that is not appropriate for the public, but please share immediately if you think otherwise.
This is Commissioner Lerner. I have one thing that I would like to share.
Okay. So with that, I would like to vote to go into executive session. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, a vote. Watchman is gone now, so it's Commissioner Meal,
Yes.
Lerner,
Yes.
York,
Aye.
Newberg is an aye, and with that, we will quickly go into executive session. Please hang up and go into the other line.